Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the meeting and call to order our special and regular meeting of the City Council of Pacifica on today, August 12th, 2024. I will start by reading the land acknowledgement and then proceed to the flag salute.
Roll call.
City Clerk Coffey, will you do the roll call, and then shall we give an update on the mayor?
Of course.
Thank you.
Start with a roll call with Councilmember Bowles. Here. Councilmember Big Stick.
Present.
Councilmember Beer. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer.
Present.
And Mayor Vaterlos is absent.
All right. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to their ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. And we'll have a salute to the flag, which I will lead. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, let's move to our consent calendar. And I would like to ask if any council members wish to pull any items from consent.
I'd like to pull item 13.
Item 13. And any other items from council members? All right, so we'll pull item 13. And we will have public comment on the items on consent, excluding the pulled item 13, which, of course, not everyone has memorized what is item 13, which is the consultant services agreement for mapping updates. So we'll set that one aside. Items 1 through 12, if any member of the public wishes to make a comment, you'll have 3 minutes. I don't have any comment cards. Did anyone in the audience here wish to make a comment? I don't see any. Emily, is there anyone on the phone who wishes to comment? All right, then I'll close public comment and bring it back to the council. And if there are no questions or comments, I'll invite a motion.
I move we approve the consent calendar minus item 13.
I'll second.
Please vote. Although I just voted on Vaterlos's thing. Oh, good. Look, it's all fixed.
And the consent calendar minus item number 13, moved by Councilmember Bowles and seconded by Councilmember Beer, passes with a 4-0 vote, Vaterlos absent.
All right, very good. So now we will take up the item that we pulled from the agenda, item 13, and we'll do our normal hearing of that item, including public comment. So I think I'll start with Councilwoman.
Should we ask questions or
I think if you have
Yeah.
questions
okay.
for staff.
Yeah, well, partly because this is really tied to our LCLUP, I was hoping staff could do a quick presentation first just to let the public know what we're doing, because this is something we've all asked for. And then I do have a few questions.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer, council members, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. Staff doesn't have a presentation prepared on this item, but we can summarize what it's about. Throughout the LCLUP process, and with the advent of the more recent sea level rise guidelines that were adopted by the Ocean Protection Council, there's been a lot of discussion about updating the maps in the LCLUP process for Pacifica based on best available and recent science. So the contract agreement on consent as part of item 13 is a sole source contract with ESA Associates, as they have done this work, have done the previous maps in Pacifica, and therefore, both financially and based on a time factor, are justified for the sole source agreement to update the maps in a very quick and short time frame to benefit the Pacifica and understanding the coastal vulnerability zones and our LCLUP process.
So I have a few questions, but one thing I was going back to see if I'd gotten an answer, and I hadn't, as to what the sea level rise amount and date range was used in the previous vulnerability assessment, and I never heard back. But I reached out to Bob Battaglio, who created those, and so I just wanted to compare what was in the previous vulnerability assessment versus now what is in the OPC guidance, and I was looking at the OPC guidance that's specifically for the tide gauge in San Francisco, which is the one that we'll be using, which is just slightly different from the state average guidance. So, so what I was told is that in the previous one, we had used 2 feet for 2050, and now that's approximately 1 foot. We had used 6 feet for 2100, which is now down to 4.8 under the medium-high scenario, which my understanding is that's what's used for homes and commercial buildings, and then we used the high for infrastructure that was 2.7, and it's now down to 1.3. So I think, yeah, in one of the Coastal Commission meetings I went this week, they were saying for cities that are in process, it's not that important to update if you've used something stricter, but obviously I think for the community this is important, especially if it puts people, I'm sorry, I'm talking and not asking questions there, so I will step back from that. So a couple of other questions I had asked. One was whether increasing storm impacts were included, and I don't know if we've had a response from ESA since publishing our answers.
Increasing
storm impacts, because it's not just sea level rise, but because of the warming ocean, we're having more frequent and larger storms also, and so will that be in the analysis?
Yeah, let me ask Acting Deputy Planning Director Stephanie Cervantes if she had received a reply back from ESA today about that question.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. I'm Stephanie Cervantes, Acting Deputy Director. So I was able to have a really brief conversation with ESA today. We were not able to iron out any of the details regarding the what would be mapped, just due to time and preparation for this meeting. But it is anticipated that the wave run-up hazard zone maps will include any increases that are expected due to storms as well.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I mostly wanted to look at packet page 320 for the optional tasks to discuss those. I understand the budget we're approving is for the whole scope of services, but we were told that staff is still negotiating whether to do those other 4. So that is, let's see. Yeah, optional tasks 5, 6, 7, and 8. So I thought it might be helpful to have council input on those, because for me, I think those are all important. So the first one is optional agency and city meetings. So with them meeting with the Coastal Commission and also meeting with us, presumably to present the new science. Correct me if I'm wrong. Kevin?
Councilmember Bowles?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so when it comes to the optional tasks, the only task that staff is still trying to determine if it's needed is optional task 8, which is the update to the web maps.
Uh-huh.
And that is only because the city is working on a different effort to update GIS maps as well. So it just depends on the timing of when this task may be needed, and if possibly our existing work with GIS, with updating GIS maps would be able to take over that task.
Oh, I see. So it would be done either way. It's just the question is whether ESA would do it or not.
Correct.
Okay. Well, that makes me feel better because I look at the maps, on 8.5 by 11 and you can't really get down to parcel scale, but I'm sure, for people who really want to look up their houses, that'll be a really important tool. Okay, that's all I had.
Are there other questions from council? All right, then we'll go to public comment on this item. I have not received a comment card on this item. If anyone in the audience wishes to speak. No, that's coming up later. This is on mapping coastal hazards. Nobody on the phone. All right, so let's bring it back. We'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Is there further discussion from anyone? Well, I do have something I will add to the conversation then. This has been something we've needed for a long time. It's something that we asked for. I got some inquiries over the week about why we're doing this, what's the urgency, why don't we wait? And it really is in response to council urging that we do need these maps. Everyone in town needs these maps. With that said, and not being afraid to address the elephant in the room, there have been questions in the past by various members of the community about the point of view of ESA, and this has been a problem in terms of our civic discourse. And so my concern, as I raised it to staff before this meeting, was, well, how is the discourse going to go if we have concerns about the point of view of the firm doing the maps? And so I raised a question that wasn't answered because I didn't ask for an answer, it was just a thought about how we might validate or have a second opinion, if you will, on maps that are produced. What would that look like? The city manager made it clear, and you're free to speak for yourself on this, that it would add time and money to the process. How much, I couldn't say. Staff may be able to address that. So before we vote on this item, I did want to put that on the table for discussion among the council as a thought and a consideration. We've been seeking to get our updates, right? We've all been waiting for the OPC updates because we want to have the best available science as we move into policy decisions and use those maps for all of our work over the next 5 years until the next update. So I'm putting that out for discussion and would like to see what co-council members think of that.
If I may.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Similar thoughts had occurred to me. I was in the room in 2018 and remember what that level of discourse looked like. I expressed similar concerns to staff, more specifically in terms of what would timeline look like if we sought other agencies to do the mapping. A part of me tends to operate responsively to community. We have gotten some email comment, but a lot of folks who are well-versed in this topic are watching, are present, both in the room and outside of the room. It makes me feel tentatively better about approving this, that we didn't receive a comment at this time. That doesn't mean that people aren't thinking loudly right now, but that makes me tentatively hopeful. After that, it seems like this is an agency that has a great deal of expertise. I lack in basis for comparison, but I think their credentials speak for themselves, and even if they don't, they have the best possible understanding of our city. And so I think that there may or may not be something lost if we were to start from ground zero, so to speak. So all this taken as a whole, while citizen concern of the past is still very deeply embedded in my mind, I feel okay going forward with this at this time. I think that it'll give us the maps that we need to feel better about that conversation with Coastal Commission should we continue to that step.
Yeah, and I was also there for the discourse. And so, in my opinion, a contractor or an agency shouldn't have their own opinion, right? They're doing something that we're asking them to do. They shouldn't have a point of view. And so I'm curious about why folks would think that the agency has a point of view, or was it just between the humans? Right? And so I know that we've asked for these maps. We need these maps. My district needs these maps. And so I think if we can get them done, and if there's a possibility to have them fact-checked, I guess, for lack of a better word, but I think we should move forward with this tonight.
And I'll just say, I wasn't in those earlier meetings where things got contentious, but what I have heard from several people was that the biggest topic of concern were about the financial, economic impacts, I forget what it was called then, and whether, those were really, actual numbers, and
You're
having.
talking about the economic analysis?
Yeah, I forget what it's called. Thank you for clarifying that. And because I'm in conversation with the person who wrote them, what I was told is that they were paid to do a certain thing, and they didn't really have the time to do the full analysis the way the community expected it, I think. So, I don't know if there were other issues, but that's what I've heard about that. And I actually work with ESA professionally. We're doing an EIR for 69 acres, and they're doing a fantastic job. So, and I know the particular person that people were upset with has actually retired. So I have no concerns about the company.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I ask a question of staff on this? In terms of what I'm thinking about is comparability with our former maps, because we have a couple of conditions, and I want to understand clearly what is going to be mapped, if you will. When the maps were done in the past, we did not have the seawall incorporated into those maps. Would that be one of the things that is considered in this process with this run? And then I also have another question on that.
Yes, my understanding is in the SSRA areas, the maps would reflect the protection provided by the seawalls.
And would it include the protection or impact of closing the Clarendon Gap?
I'm going to turn to Ms. Cervantes in case she knows on that specific.
Thank you. Yeah, so that was one of the items of discussion. It really would depend on if there's any city council direction, what staff believes is the best scenarios to map. We do have some flexibility in what ESA can map for us. So it really just depends on what we want to see. They have the capability to do it. It's just whether we want to do it and whether it would be as an example or for implementation. So we do have the flexibility to have different scenarios mapped.
Okay.
And if I could add, given that flexibility that we have within the scope of this contract, I guess just, being put on the spot, I would suggest that we should have that as an example, because that will relate to and benefit our Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project efforts.
Right, that's what I was thinking as well. I mean, we've talked about this anecdotally or by reference, but to have actual visuals and some data that we can look at and drill down into, as you were saying, I think would be very beneficial. The last question I have is, and I'm sorry, oh, good, she didn't go sit down. To what degree, oh no, Stephanie, I still have a question.
Me too.
To what degree, if you can answer this, I mentioned the seawall, but other structures like bluffs and, any sort of existing dunes or trees or this kind of material that is existing at this time, to what degree are those things incorporated into the mapping?
Thank you for the question. I think it would depend on what the structure is and whether ESA has data available for that. When it comes to things like shoreline protection structures, there's data that they can collect for that. They might be able to collect data for things like other types of structures that might be along the shoreline. But for things like trees, I'm not sure. Or for dunes, it would just depend if there's data available to incorporate that into our maps.
Okay, it would be my desire to have this mapping process as closely mirror our reality as it can, because I feel like that will give us the basis for decision-making that we really need.
And to include the berm, right?
Yep, and to include the berm. Yes, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, does staff feel like they have what they need?
Wait, I have sorry,
Oh.
I thought I pushed my button.
I'm sorry, oh yeah, I have to look at that and do something to get rid of it. Push
Just push the button under it.
this one? Okay.
Just a couple of follow-up questions.
Okay.
So what I saw in ESA's proposal was that they would do one as existing conditions and then two scenarios, presumably for different time periods. But if we're going to have them look at other things, I'm not quite sure how the clearing, they're analyzing what's existing, not a proposed project, and we haven't designed a proposed project. So I'm not sure how that would fit in with the Clarendon Gap. And then I'm not sure how, if they're evaluating the existing shoreline protection in Rockaway and here, how are they factoring in the design life of what's there, right, versus what could be, it just gets more complicated, and so I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, it's not clear.
Right.
That much I agree with. However, I feel like we have to have something that people can relate to, because if it's like, well, we couldn't put that in because it's too hard, isn't an answer that's going to be, I think we have to put in assumptions and state what those assumptions are.
Yeah, so my main concern is that they haven't allowed for all this extra in the 102,000 that we're approving. So I don't know if we need to allow a little bit more contingency, or you come back to us if it needs, because I didn't see a contingency amount beyond the 102.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of variables, right? And as they work through this and staff works with them, we'll be raising all those questions. I would say, like most contracts, we're comfortable with this recommended agreement amount, but through the course of the project, if we do need more money, then we'll have to come back to council for that, but that's fine. I don't think we need to add that authorization right up front in this case.
And Councilmember Bowles, there is an automatic contingency in the purchasing policy.
Right.
I believe it's 10%. 10%.
Okay,
So-
yeah, that's usually in all the staff reports, and I didn't see it in this one, but.
Right, because
yeah,
it's already
automatic.
built into the
Okay,
policy.
great, thank you.
All right, then. If there are no further comments or questions, I think we should have a vote.
I move that we adopt the attached resolution to approve the agreement for consultant services between the City of Pacifica and ESA as noted in the staff report.
Second.
And friendly amendment with comments from, suggestions from Council Incorporated?
Sounds
Yes?
good. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right, please vote.
And with the motion to approve item number 13 with the comments made by council members, made by Councilmember Bowles and seconded by Councilmember Big Stick, the vote passes 4-0 with voter loss absent.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. The next stage of our game tonight would have public comments on items not on the posted agenda. Oops, sorry, my microphone, I apologize. I have a few cards, two cards. And this portion of the agenda is available to the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor or the person filling in for the mayor during this time, provided, however, that only items not on the agenda for tonight's meeting be addressed. And they must be matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. If comments do not address matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city will provide you with an initial warning to stay within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. If the warning is not followed, the mayor will direct city clerk to cut off the microphone. And I would like to call Jeff Moroso and then Anita Reese.
Dear City Council members, thank you for your service. I'm here today to request more information about Clara Creek Park. Hopefully all of you are familiar with the issue and are concerned as all of the property owners in Valimar. I am respectfully requesting a public hearing about the issue of who owns Clara Creek Park and the city's responsibility for maintaining it. Please put this issue on the agenda at the earliest City Council meeting. I filed a Freedom of Information Act request for documents concerning the ownership of Clara Creek Park. The city responded that it was privileged information and could not release it. I am requesting that you make all of these documents publicly available as they should be. This includes the quitclaim deed conveying ownership to the city, which is clearly a public document. I emailed the City Council about this issue, and Sue Beckmeyer said that a letter is forthcoming. I'm not sure if the letter is from the city manager, the city attorney, or Public Works, but we are all patiently waiting to see what the city has to say. The letter from Public Works claiming they did not own Clara Creek Park and would not maintain it was dated May 17th. It is now 3 months later, and we are still waiting for some answers. And concerning the maintenance issue, Clara Creek Park has numerous huge blue gum eucalyptus trees that are highly dangerous and flammable. They constantly drop branches that could easily kill someone walking by. They also could fall and damage the houses and property and people nearby. The city topped these trees years ago, and the new growth more easily breaks off, making them more dangerous. The city needs to have an arborist on staff and develop a long-term plan for removing all the eucalyptus trees in Clara Creek Park. This is something that you must budget for. Thank you.
Thank you. Anita Reese?
Hello, Anita Reese with the Pacifica Resource Center. I'm just wanted to give you some updates. We continue to be open Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, 9 to 5, Wednesday, 9 to 7, and Fridays, 9 to 1, as well as one Saturday a month. Our next Saturday open office hours is going to be on October 19th, given some other things that are happening in September. Our next client choice grocery distribution is on Wednesday, August 28th at the American Legion Hall. That's at 555 Buell. It is by appointment, but if you aren't signed up for client choice yet, you can stop by. We ask that you arrive after 4 p.m. for groceries. I also wanted to note that our new pantry has opened at 2316 Palmetto Avenue. Folks can now sign up annually for grocery support and can schedule an appointment once a month to get groceries as needed. Our hope is that in October, we'll be able to increase that to twice a month and then continue to build our inventory in the pantry so that folks can come once a week if needed. We also completed our back to school program just last week. We served 211 Pacifica youth and provided them with new backpacks and gift cards to purchase school supplies. And again, community members helped us serve more folks this year than past years with donations of backpacks and gift cards. I also wanted to note that our homeless outreach work is continuing and available 7 days a week, Monday through Thursday until 7, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday until 5. Our staff can be reached by email at ucoutreach@pacresourcecenter.org or by cell phone at 650-575-4861 or 650-387-4458. Folks can text or call and leave a voicemail. Just keep in mind timing. If it's after a certain time, email, and everybody on the staff can see it. This year is also our 50th anniversary, so we will be celebrating at our Palmapalooza fundraiser on September 21st at the Farallon Room. So for tickets, you can go to palmapalooza.org for more information or tickets. And then if you need an appointment for services, want to tell us about somebody who's unhoused that needs support, or more information about Palmapalooza, you can reach us at our main line at 650-738-7470, by email at info@pacresourcecenter.org, or on our website at pacresourcecenter.org. Thanks.
Thank you. Emily, is there anyone on the phone?
There are 2 raised hands. The first is for Caitlin Quinn.
Please go ahead.
Oh, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer and council members. I want to start by sending out my best wishes for speedy recovery for Mayor Vaterlaus. I was sorry not to see her on the dais tonight, and I hope she's better soon. I'm calling in because we had a very robust study session on short-term rentals back in June, and at that time, the city manager had indicated that he and his staff would be coming back to council with work and research on a new STR ordinance. So I'd love to get an update on that and make sure that the timeline is moving forward. We were told that he would have some work back to you by end of August, early September, and fervently hope that we're moving forward with this quickly. As you all know, there's a lot of pain in the community because of this issue. And we also, I think it's urgent to address this before October rolls around and the permitting reapplication process for the STRs in the city commence. The city has a draft ordinance that was supplied by Pacifica Homes, are not hotels, and there's also several ordinances in the area. Half Moon Bay has a great one, and many other cities in San Mateo do as well that can be used as models. So as they say, it's not rocket surgery. Thank you very much for your service, and we're counting on you.
Thank you very much. Next.
The next raised hand is for Cindy Abbott.
Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having remote Zoom. I'd like to start with that. It's so important for when we can't attend in person, and it's greatly appreciated. October, the current timing for reapplication of short-term rental licenses, is fast approaching. We can't go another year without a significantly stronger ordinance that includes the provisions recommended by Pacifica Homes Are Not Hotels, including limitations on unhosted short-term rentals, ensuring that all short-term rentals are owned by natural people versus corporations and commercial real estate interests, and that includes a strategy that allocates the number of allowable short-term rentals by neighborhood. came up at an earlier meeting that it's important to provide notice to folks with current licenses of upcoming changes. That time seems to be now. And it also seems time to review if the new ordinance can be put in place in time to ensure that Pacificans don't go through another year with only the ineffectual 150 unit cap. What can we do now if the ordinance won't be ready by October? Can the timing for applications be pushed out? How can we ensure that Pacifica won't experience this continued assault on our neighborhoods and housing? Everyone needs to know the plan and timeline. We also need to ramp up compliance. Reading the public comment letters and listening to members of the community that are continuing is heartbreaking to hear how long short-term rentals with lengthy reporting of issues have been allowed to continue to operate in the city. This is a citywide issue, and city staff must be compelled to step up compliance and place constraints now to remedy these ongoing public nuisances and disruptions. I appreciate very much your very clear concerns and understanding of the impacts of short-term rentals on the community and pushing forward an update to the ordinance. Please ask staff to regularly communicate with you and the public about the plans. What are they going to be? When are they coming? How can we make sure we don't have another year of hell? And to actually take action that too long has gone without substantive process to revoke current and future permits for the known bad actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have an additional raised hand from Remy Tan.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, Remy Tan, architect over here in Pacific Manor. Just wanted to support what Cindy said. Is we need to enforce the current ordinances that are on the book against bad actor Airbnbs, and we should have enough resources to do that by imposing enough fines on these bad actors to cover the cost of policing and administrative costs. So that needs to be done. Other issues concern is, we still get a lot of illegal fireworks in this town, and my fire insurance just went up about 50% this year. Because we're on the hillside area. Even though there's no open space around this. So I'm just wondering if, our, insurance rates will go up because there's a higher risk because we don't have a, we're not enforcing our fireworks ban. I mean, we should probably have a ban against, all fireworks, including safe and sane, because it's not sane to have any incendiary, stuff next to dry brush, and sometimes the fog goes out and it gets pretty dry here. So hopefully we can take a relook at the entire fireworks thing and make sure we're safe in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further raised hands from?
There are no additional raised hands.
All right, then I'm going to bring it back to public comment here in chambers. I have 4 additional cards and 1 on the way. I'd like to call Peter Garanani and then Victoria D. Alba.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, City staff for the opportunity to discuss STRs. I've got maybe 4 key points I want to mention. Number 1, we need to action that draft ordinance that you have in your possession. It's based on hundreds of hours of research into local cities, San Mateo County, coastal cities throughout California, best of breed, nothing unusual there. Second point, we need that moratorium that the California Coastal Commission, if I may say, chastised the city for not having earlier. Third point, we talked about money last time. We said that the city needs 1.6 million that it brings in TOT, and we did a back of the napkin estimate that when you take into account the city staff, the city management, the 2 lawyers, HDL, and thousands of hours, surely hundreds if not thousands of hours spent on it, you're already spending more money governing the STR process than you're bringing in. So net, it's a negligible benefit in TOT. The fourth point is in your study session, you said that, and I'm quoting, STR visitors inject 7 to 9 million into the local economy per year. I'm wondering what's the name of the economist you used to do the study, and would you release the economic study? If you didn't use an economist, then you would have used a statistical analysis, because another way of saying that sentence is, if I may, STR visitors cause 7 to 9 million to be injected into the local economy. So in 2 weeks, I'm going to talk about the statistical analysis that I presume you did, and if you didn't, I mean, I just don't have enough time tonight. Let's get back to the economic study. The city of San Francisco did, in fact, do an economic study. The chief economist and the principal economist, who are both PhDs, looked at STRs in San Francisco. They determined the entire reverse of what was presented last time. I'm not attacking any people. I'm talking about the work product. The city of San Francisco determined that, in fact, STRs do not inject money into the local economy. They cost billions of dollars. And quoting their study, the citywide economic harms associated with higher housing costs caused by properties being off the market for unhosted STRs are fairly severe. According to the REMI model, removing a single housing unit from the market would have a total economic impact on the city's economy of approximately minus 250 to 300,000 per unit per year. That's a 2015 study. If we take their economic study and we do a quick back-of-the-napkin assessment for Pacifica, there are approximately 190 unhosted STRs in Pacifica today. Multiply that times the middle value, $275,000 per unit per year, and they are not injecting into the local economy $53 million that residents, full-time residents living in those same housing units would be injecting. Oh, I made a mistake. That's a 2015 study, adjusted for inflation, $70 million, not injected versus residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Victoria de Alba, then I'll leave it to you, either Brian Raniero or Lila Raniero. I don't know if you have your comments coordinated, so please go ahead, Victoria.
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm Victoria Sanchez de Alba.
Thank you.
And I'm also here to make public comment in regards to the what is the update on the new STR ordinance. It is so important. I pretty much echo everything that was said. My husband and I, Rick and I, have been homeowners at 482 San Pablo Terrace for about 24 years. And we deeply love our home and our community in Pacifica. But increasingly, we are concerned as investors continue to purchase homes and convert them into unhosted short-term rentals, turning our community into a business district. We are deeply distressed and concerned for our safety due to ongoing issues with Airbnb property at 520 San Pablo Terrace, which is located right next door to our home. This is a large two-story house, about 5 bedrooms, and we've had to call the police several times due to late-night parties involving loud noise, drinking, swearing, smoking marijuana, and unruly behavior. Recently, a memorial event was held at this Airbnb, resulting in 9 cars parked at the property and additional vehicles parked in front of our home. We live in a private drive with only 5 houses on San Pablo Terrace, and the owners of the unhosted Airbnb are investors who live in Burlingame, okay? So anyway, just this weekend, a large group of guests parked in front of our home and left trash overflowing, scattering garbage across the street, and I sent you all some pictures. And there is also 2 unhosted Airbnbs across the street and behind us. So we have to do something. This is our home, and we live here, and we want to be here, and we want to be safe. And thank you.
Thank you. Brian Raniero, Lila Raniero, and Giovanni Guardagnini.
Thank you, Pro Tem Mayor Beckmeyer and council members. I want to thank you, everyone, for the engagement that you've done with our group with respect to STRs. I'll just say also that I agree wholly with my colleagues and neighbors about the issues that they raised, but there's another aspect, a dimension about STRs that are particularly dangerous for us and for people who stay in them. They are a blight on our community. They are a drain on our economy. That certainly is true, and there are certainly problems with quality of life. But a number of these homes have additions that are built for pure profit, that are not to code. We see examples across the street of 400 Belfast of a garage that was unwarranted and converted into a unit built as a dwelling space with no codes, no permits, no secondary egress, no fire protections. We have no idea if this or any other STRs that have been converted to use as hotels are safe for people to live in. Remember, guests have a right to safe accommodation, and we are not fulfilling their rights, right? We already know that these folks cannot be brought voluntarily into compliance with the existing regulations that we have in Pacifica. There's no reason to believe that any of these ADUs, which are illegally being rented out as STRs, are code compliant or ever been built code compliant. Imagine a fire, and these are not ADA compliant, by the way. Imagine a fire where a person with a disability is unable to egress from one of these residences. Imagine that there's children that were staying in that converted garage that catches fire. And to my neighbor's point, Remy Tam, who's talking about the dangers of fire in Pacifica, we're certainly aware of that. I myself live in a high fire zone, and we know that that people do set off fireworks, and many of them are staying in STRs. That could start a brush fire, and there's no fire protections in these unwarranted, uncoded, unpermitted residences, right? And it's not even the fireworks. The plumbing is not up to code. We have no idea what the wiring, if that's been done. If these doors, there's fire rating doors and insulation that these units have to have, that they're almost certainly not in compliance. So I would strongly urge the city and staff to inspect all existing STRs, put a moratorium in until every new applicant can be inspected, and all the existing ones that we're aware of are inspected to assure that we don't have a disaster like the Ghost Ship fire, which will occur. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer and council members and city staff. Much has already been said about the issues of the short-term rentals in our fair town, and I'm not going to regurgitate all of it tonight. Last Tuesday, on the 6th, we had the privilege of hosting our neighbors and the Pacifica Police Department for the annual National Night Out event. It was wonderful to have the opportunity to see our neighbors and the members of the PD and FD interact on a human level. Ironically, the following evening, on Wednesday the 7th, we needed to call the Pacifica Police Department to report an unsafe situation at the short-term rental across the street / uphill from us at 400 Belfast. My husband was just talking about that one. From our family's home, when we observed two of the three teenage boys who were staying there standing on the roof of the freestanding garage / illegal guest house conversion, one of whom was lobbing an object towards our house. The motive for tossing the object in our home's direction remains unknown. It could have been harmless, or it could have been a retaliation for our and our neighbors' posted signs for Pacifica homes are not hotels. We reported the incident to Airbnb, which took up a majority portion of my day the following day, and Marbella Lane Management. Nobody answered the phone, and the email response was most likely from a bot, like, "Thank you for bringing this issue to our attention." And nothing ever comes as a result from the emails that I send them. I don't know why I bother. I feel guilty that I have to spend so much of my time reporting on incidences such as these, time I'd much rather be spending with my family. And there have been so many issues with this house. It's exhausting living like this, losing sleep and being stressed out all of the time. In short, I'm hoping that we're able to keep the pressure on and get an amended ordinance in place as soon as possible. Thank you, Pacificans, for putting up your Pacifica homes are not hotel signs. Keep it up. Thank you, Pacificans, council members, and staff for the work you've already done. Let's get this thing done. Finally, thank you as always for your time tonight.
Thank you. Giovanni Gardagnini. And could I ask staff to please assist Mr. Gardagnini with the microphone if he needs that assistance? Thank you.
Thank you.
If you hold it closer to your mouth, so.
Hello, my name is Giovanni, and I'm going back to the ADA. And I want to know why, when I sued you guys once over on Gateway Drive, how come you guys didn't put curb cuts over on Seabreeze Court in Gateway? You have it everywhere else except for Seabreeze Court. And then I want to know why the sidewalk I had put in on Palmetto, why you guys only cut back the ice plants once. Why don't you guys do it at a regular schedule? And when the curb cuts that go over the freeway or highway, you need to make them more flat and not as steep. And then over there by Mazzetti's, you have a thing where there's a step and a ramp. You need to mark it that there's a step there. Put a red line or something there. And that put the word ramp where the ramp is. Because I see all kinds of ADA problems in Pacifica. And I'm not afraid to get my lawyer involved. You can get that beeping thing and shove it. Because you guys need to get organized and tell me why the city has no money. I see the city wasting money. You guys have street cleaners on Gateway, and all they do is clean the middle of the street. How come the city has no signs saying no parking on this day between these hours? And then how come it doesn't matter where on Gateway or Palmetto where I had the sidewalk put in? How come the police don't?
Mr. Gardini,
I don't give a crap.
I need to
I
let you
want to know why the police
that your
don't make revenue for the city.
time has expired. You have a 3-minute comment period and your time has expired. I'm going to have to ask the chief to help you. All right, if there are any further public comments for items not on the agenda, would you please come forward at this time? And Emily, when you get a chance, if you could let me know if we have any further callers that may have appeared since we checked online. Aaron Clark.
Well, I'll admit you guys caught me by surprise with the time of the meeting, but I'll do my best. I want to be clear right from the get-go that I make a lot of comments concerning the city manager and the public works director. I have no personal problem with these people, and they know that I disagree with them on city policy, so I don't really see that that's an issue. I disagree with, how they spend money. I disagree with their priorities. But mostly I disagree with the management of the Public Works Department. And I understand that the Public Works Director has got a new job, and obviously I hope that works out great. I think I have my information right there. But that being said, we have to look at what's gone on with the Public Works Department. And we have to acknowledge, if you talk to city management, they'll tell you people leave because the pay is too low and other cities offer more money. But I've talked to everybody that's left over the last 4 or 5 years, and they're all leaving for the same reason. They're leaving because of the director, not because of the money. And they're leaving because if you have any skills whatsoever, you can't use them working for the city of Pacifica. You have to go to another city if you want to use your ability and advance your career using the skills that you have. And you have to look at it. They've literally sold off all the equipment at the Public Works Department for pennies on the dollar. They've invested $13 million in building a new city hall that benefits the administrative staff of the city. They've put no money into training of the Public Works employees, and they probably, I don't know what they're doing. Nobody knows what they're doing. And again, I came a little unprepared, but what needs to happen right now is you need to freeze that position and not fill that position until an inquiry is done to fully educate yourselves on what's going on at the Public Works Department and develop a plan moving forward that tries to rebuild this department. We heard about how, you can't let city streets, good streets deteriorate because once they're ruined, it's too hard to fix. Well, the same thing applies to the department. The Public Works Department is completely ruined, and it's going to take years to rebuild it at this point. And so, I would suggest that you need to talk to the employees. You need to find out what's going on down there. And the city of Pacifica deserves a good Public Works Department, a functioning Public Works Department. So, again, I can't get into details here. I didn't come completely prepared. But for you and the city council to allow the filling of that position without looking into this situation and allow this continued disrespect for city employees to continue would be a disgrace. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. I have no further cards. Emily?
There are no additional raised hands.
All right, then. I'm going to close public comment for items not on the agenda. The next thing on our agenda is council communications, and if it would be acceptable to the rest of the council, I'd like to propose that we move that to the end of the meeting so that we can continue forward. If there's something super urgent that you feel we really need to hear or the public needs to hear right now, please press your button so I can see the red light. And otherwise, if it's all right with you, I think we'll move that item. Yeah?
As much as I always love making my comments, I can wait until, thank you for looking at the light. I can hold it till the end of the meeting because we do have a lot of work to do, but I wanted to ask city manager, because staff communications are coming up, to perhaps update us on where the information is with Clara Creek Park, if possible, And also, we had a lot of comments tonight around short-term rentals. I appreciate that a part of the reason why we may not get there as expeditiously as otherwise we would is because of, for example, the work we'll be doing tonight and presumably another meeting. But it would be good to have an approximate time frame if possible. And the idea of the October when the permits are to be renewed for the STR owners, if there's any way to address that briefly. I would hope that when we update the ordinance, it's not stymied in action by permits being renewed, and perhaps it would be prudent to warn those who are renewing their permits. Thank you.
Okay, so if we could please have staff communications, and if you could, to the best of your ability, address the points made by Councilmember Big Stick.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I'll just touch on those couple items and maybe one other informational item of public interest. So first about the Calera Creek Parkway and that analysis. So that work has been conducted, and I helped draft a letter while I was out on vacation, received further input and comment on the letter, and that letter will be finalized and sent out shortly. So that's the status of that. The STR work and timeline, since the June 24th meeting, staff has been working very diligently on the inputs received from council and the community in that study session related to the research and policy development, community development staff, city attorney's office have been working diligently on all those and analysis of impacts and the data to prepare it and bring it back to council, such as restrictions on the number of permits per natural person, distinction between hosted and unhosted rentals. So a lot of work has been conducted on the policy front. There's been a lot of work conducted on enforcement enhancements, as well as public safety analysis of all the calls over the last 6 months, or the first 6 months of this calendar year, as well as ongoing stakeholder collaboration, communication, and discussions with Airbnb. So actually, in the last 5 weeks since that study session, there's been a significant amount of work in preparation for bringing this item for further council discussion and direction at the second meeting in August. As Councilmember Big Stick mentioned, that depends on the LCLUP next steps, because if the item gets continued and is taken up on the 26th, we can't do both the LCLUP and the STR ordinance in the same council meeting. That would be too much time, so it depends on that. But the work's being done. In terms of timeline, the process is that we need to come back with all of the research analysis on these issues as directed by council, receive specific policy direction that staff and the attorney's office can then build into the ordinance language that will come back at a following council meeting for the hearing and adoption of that ordinance. Then there's the second reading or adoption of the ordinance, and the ordinance doesn't go into effect until 30 days after adopted, and in this case, an ordinance doesn't go into effect in the coastal zone until approved by the Coastal Commission as an LCLUP amendment. So there's a long trajectory for the effectiveness and implementation of the ordinance. So that's the update on the STR ordinance. The other item that I would mention is just regarding the Civic Center. Also over the last month, the move into the new Civic Center has occurred, significant amount of work and staff effort to do that move, get settled, transition business. We were able to do that successfully with just one business closure day, which was fantastic. Staff's worked very hard to achieve that. In terms of the conference rooms there, some of the committees and commissions can begin meeting in them. However, the audio-visual isn't completed and installed in those conference rooms. So that's a limitation on those conference rooms, and for community groups that may want to use those conference rooms. And so we're working on the purchase and installation of the audio visual. So there's some growing pains in the new Civic Center, but I've been reported and seen it myself. There's been actually a lot of great public response, people that have come to the center, as well as just enjoyed the parklet that's there in between the two buildings. So I wanted to make sure to mention that. And that completes my communications.
Thank you. If I may, following up on Councilmember Big Stick's comments earlier, it sounds to me like you're preparing us for the possibility and likely possibility that our ordinance isn't going to be ready before the October 31st deadline for renewal of short-term rental licenses. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, because the ordinance doesn't go into effect for 30 days, and then it doesn't even go into effect in the coastal zone until the revisions don't go into effect in the coastal zone until it runs through the coastal commission process. So I think that's true. As to the specifics about the renewal of STRs and how changes have been made, you know, on the enforcement, on sort of the ongoing enforcement side that we've been diligently working on, that will continue to, you know, bring bad actors into line or revoke permits. That process can continue, but the effect and the whatever the, you know, it's hard to predict exactly what the new ordinance direction is, but the effects of that can't be implemented, or enforcement related effects or eligibility related effects can't be implemented until they are in effect after the 30 days after adoption.
Okay. Did you have anything on that?
I mean, I just think that's very concerning, and I'm wondering how we'll be able to talk about it.
So this isn't an agendized item. We can ask brief clarifying questions. So if council members have further brief clarifying questions, that can be made. But we don't want to get into deliberations or discussion.
So my question was, I'm asking how can we talk about that? Like, do we have to put that on an agenda moving forward? Because I think that's my question.
And perhaps it's coming up at the meeting in 2 weeks. We don't know right now, but if it's not, we need to have that fairly soon. And I would say a little more discussion of enforcement and, you know, what we, again, we can't give direction, but just it would be great to be able to talk more about enforcement, knowing that the new ordinance will not come into effect.
And I would like to ask the city attorney's office to please be prepared to revisit the issue of moratoria, a moratorium on licenses being issued, because I think it's been a long time since we had that discussion, and I realize we're not having it now, but I would like that to be part of our STR item. All right. We are ready to move to the public hearing, item 14, which is the continuing work on the revised certification draft local coastal land use plan, including the special resiliency area policies and potential direction to staff regarding any alternate modifications. We will have staff report, and city manager, will you be describing the note-taking process tonight, or is that our assistant, our acting planner? What's your title?
Acting Deputy Director.
Acting Deputy Director Cervantes. Will she be going into that explanation tonight about?
Well, I can start off with that.
Thank you.
We have our acting community development director, Kavita Kumara, on Zoom with us tonight. she will be actively taking notes, as will Ms. Snodgrass assist with that in tonight's session, and Ms. Cervantes will be doing the bulk of the presentation and responding to questions and guiding us through the matrix. The one point I wanted to kick this off with tonight is that, as stated in the staff report, in part because of the Coastal Commission late comment letter that we received the night before the agenda packet was going out, tonight is council is not being asked to make a decision and to adopt modifications to the LCLUP for submittal to the Coastal Commission, not being asked to do that tonight. Tonight, we're continuing from the June 26th meeting the discussion about main policy issues in Chapter 6. And if we get through those, any other items that we can get to, but we will need to bring all of the input and the final package for council's consideration for adoption to a future city council meeting, and after we've also had a chance to debrief more with Coastal Commission staff to understand in more depth some of the late comments that they had made this week, or last week. So put it in context for that. So it's continuing sort of study session format, but we do want to get very real and deliberation from the council on these important policy matters. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Cervantes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members. Stephanie Cervantes, Acting Deputy Director of Community Development Department. And I will be giving the staff presentation for item 14, the Local Coastal Land Use Plan Update Study Session. This is meeting number 9 since the city has started the process of addressing the Coastal Commission suggested modifications that were issued in March of last year. So just a brief introduction and background. So again, the LCLUP is only applicable in the coastal zone. None of the policies apply to any areas outside of the coastal zone. The program is made up of 2 parts. So it's made up of the local coastal land use plan, which we're discussing tonight. And it's also made up of with the implementation plan. And what the implementation is the zoning ordinance, the zoning map, any other policies or programs that the city may have. Those are all implementation plan items that will implement the local coastal land use plan. And together they make up the program. Both of these items, both the LCLUP and the IP, require certification from California Coastal Commission as well. So that's also something else to keep in mind. Once the city adopts an updated LCLUP, the city will update the implementation plan, and the implementation plan also requires certification from California Coastal Commission. So again, very briefly, why are we updating this? So the city is currently operating on a 1980 LCLU plan that is no longer adequate for our needs. Without this update, that plan stays in effect. It's not reflective of our community's needs anymore. It does not reflect or acknowledge climate change or sea level rise, and it's inconsistent with our new general plan. The benefits to updating include updated maps, modernized policies to help and guide development, increased development opportunity, enhance environmental protections, including in ESHAs and wetlands, improve economic development and housing policies. Again, it would be consistent with our 2040 general plan, and it would allow for the future certification of the Sharp Park specific plan as well. It will allow development of city projects, including the proposed future development of this site as well as the library down the street. And it will also allow the city to qualify and access grants that will help fund updates to the implementation plan, updates to maps, updates to additional sea level rise planning efforts. So again, really briefly, this is the 9th meeting that we've had for this item. Here are all the dates of all the meetings we've had. They were also linked in the staff report so that everybody has access to all the previous reports. Over the course of almost a year at this point. We've responded to over 250 written questions. I will point out that this does not include any of the questions that staff responds to City Council the day of or the days leading up to council meetings. These are just the ones that have been published as part of the reports. We've also done the case studies that were published in the March report. And we're really hoping that this will conclude this 15-year community engagement process to update this document. So there were some follow-up items from the June 26th meeting. So I'll start with the first. There was some questions regarding the general plan consistency text that was added to or removed from the red line version in respect to the California Coastal Commission June 2024 review. And so that text has been added to the summary table. You would see it in the summary table shown as having a modification number of GP1234. So it was brought to my attention that there was a few of the highlighted items that are not in the summary table, and that was just an issue with version control. So we'll make sure that that's all updated. So you should be able to go through the Redline LCLUP and the summary table and see all the changes. But again, there's about 2 or 3 that were missing. So we will address that. It was just a version control issue. Another item that was brought up at the last meeting is exemptions to minor projects. So as stated in the staff report, the implementation plan now, our zoning ordinance, is what dictates how and when a coastal development permit is needed. And it also contains the exemptions to coastal development permits for minor work. The exemptions include just very general, in certain areas of the city, if you're adding less than 10% of square footage or bulk or height to a single family home, that's exempted work. If you're grading less than 50 cubic yards, that's exempt work. That does not require a coastal development permit. And so again, once the city has updated the LCLUP, the idea would be that we would update the implementation plan, which would be updating the zoning ordinance to reflect the policies in the LCLUP for exemptions to minor work as well. The document itself does contain some general language about exemptions that are currently allowed through the Public Resource Code and the California Code of Regulations, and so those will continue as well. In terms of technical reports, there was some questions about the specifics of what would be included or needed for technical reports. Again, this is another item that the specifics, the details of how the technical reports will look like will be in the implementation plan with coordination with California Coastal Commission staff as well as our consultant geotechnical engineers and our engineering division as well. And it's really the idea would be that our zoning ordinance is where the details of what would be needed in those technical reports would live, and that the city would determine the types of assumptions that would go into these reports. So that could include things like the anticipated remaining life of a shoreline protection structure, the different types of variables that would be needed in these reports. All that information would live in the implementation plan. Additionally, another item, a follow-up item from June is the updates to maps. So in the staff report it was noted that figure 3.1 was updated as, to reflect ADA access near the Sharp Park berm. And additionally, we were able to use some limited staff resources to draft the tsunami inundation map. So this is a really rough draft of what the maps would look like. As you heard earlier, we are working on creating final maps as well, but this gives us a very good idea of what the tsunami inundation maps will look like. As City Manager Woodhouse mentioned, tonight's focus is really on completing the remaining alternative modifications in Chapter 6. And the focus is really, there's 2 policy topics that have been the most talked about, and that's the risk disclosure and the special shoreline resiliency areas. And so tonight's plan is to focus on these 2 major topic policy items, have City Council give staff direction on how to continue with these 2 policy items, as well as on the rest of the alternative modifications. But Due to the complexity and the concern, I foresee that these will be the two items spoken about the most today. And again, as City Manager Woodhouse mentioned, we did receive a letter from California Coastal Commission staff on August 6th. There were some issues, some concerns from city staff related what is written in that letter. And so the next steps on that front is we're coordinating closely with their staff to really determine what those comments mean. And we'll be moving forward from that conversation to determine what we'll bring forward. That does conclude the main part of my presentation. I am available for questions.
Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you for the staff report. Thank you for the just about a year of work that's gone into reporting out to us, let alone the other 15 years that many people have worked on this document. I noticed that there are some members of the public here tonight that I haven't observed before, so it might be prudent for the sake of tonight's conversation to give an overview of what SSRA means. And frankly, for those who have been here through the entire years-long process, at some point it became SSRA from SRA, and so it might be good to recap that. Also, I've had the opportunity to follow up with staff around particulars and specifics with disclosures and waivers and what generally the community refers to as deed restrictions, and would love if you would go over what that means specifically so that we have a baseline for communication and can dive as deeply as we like from there. And then through the chair, I have a couple questions around tsunami inundation zones afterward, if I could be allowed to ask them, and if not, I'm sure my colleagues have similar questions.
After
Those initial overviews of SSRAs and disclosures and waivers and whatnot.
But not before public comment. I mean, not after public comment.
Well, I think that since we had so much comment come in through email, I'd like to ask some questions around tsunami inundation before public comment so that we can attempt to answer some of what otherwise might be questions we've already been getting.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that too, because I know I have the questions, and I'm sure others do too.
And Councilmember Bowles.
Yeah, I also had some questions about tsunamis and a few other follow-ups. Let's see. If, as we go through the staff report, can I ask you to tell us when something has changed from the previous staff report to this one? I know there aren't too many spots of that, just because most of my notes are in the previous one, and I wasn't able to go back through everything all over again. So I'm struggling because I'm looking at multiple pieces of paper here. So you mentioned we're not talking about the general plan amendments, but we're also not talking about the other three items that the Coastal Commission referenced in their letter tonight either. One of those is the substantial structural modification definition, and I know we're talking about substantial structural modification policy, so it might be helpful to talk about their concerns if you're prepared to, but I understand if you're not.
Yeah, so if time permits, or if there's questions related to other topics outside of Chapter 6 that are related to the conversation of Chapter 6, we can certainly discuss those.
Okay. And then I think there's still a lot of questions about the technical reports and the small project exemptions. And so you just said some of this is in the implementation plan. So until we update the new implementation plan, are we still able to take the exemptions in the existing implementation plan? And then I also heard reference to Municipal Code Section 9-4-4303 that has exemptions to coastal development permits. So does that still apply in the interim?
Yes.
Okay. So it might be helpful for you to explain those a little bit more, because I know there are people here tonight that are still questioning those. We've gotten some letters. And I just wanted to ask, is there anything in this document now that addresses historical buildings?
I don't know that off of the top of my head, but if there's a break, I can certainly look for that.
Okay, thank you. So we can, yeah.
All right. So would you like to proceed with the questions as asked by Councilmember Big Stick with regard to tsunami? Or actually, you had a definition question first.
Well, I thought it would be prudent to begin with an overview of what an SSRA is.
Thank you.
And then from there, go into an overview of what the what's commonly referred to as deed restrictions means. And then I have a specific question or two around the question of tsunami inundation zone and sussing out what that means.
Okay.
And I would also like to request if there's any visuals that you can use when these topics come up. I think that would help our community a lot, because they can hear a lot of words, but if they don't have the agenda in front of them, if they haven't been studying it, they need to be able to look at something.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
And then also if you could mention packet page numbers. Thank you.
Yes, and what chapter and modification number we're referring to.
I will do my best, yes. So for people in the general public, for council, SSRAs stands for Special Shoreline Resiliency Areas. Generally in the coastal zone, new development, so that's anything, additions to homes, brand-new homes, complete demos and rebuilds, that's all considered new development, is not allowed to rely on any existing shoreline protection structures that may exist. Here in Pacifica, we have 2 areas of our city where we have existing city-owned shoreline protection structures, and that includes the Rockaway area as well as the Sharp Park area. So these are 2 maps that show the general location of the city-owned existing shoreline protection. These 2 areas are also unique because the shoreline protection structures don't just protect homes. In front, right next to these structures, protection structures, we have public infrastructure, and that includes roads, coastal access, utilities, and so all of that is unique to these areas. And there's the added benefit that these structures also protect the private property next to the public infrastructure. And so in these 2 areas, what city staff has been working with California Coastal Commission staff for over a year at this point is having an exemption to the rule. So the rule is you cannot rely on existing shoreline protection structures. The SSRAs is the exemption. In these 2 specific areas, when new development comes, the technical reporting and the design of the projects would be allowed to rely on the protections provided by the city's existing shoreline protection structures. So that could include, it includes mostly soil and coastal erosion, but it could include some protections from wave overtopping, as well as flooding and things like that, as well as can be seen in the coastal vulnerability maps. And so really what the purpose of these 2 areas is to allow for streamlined development, more development in these areas, because when you're taking into account that there's existing shoreline protection structures there that provide some protection, they might not provide all the protection, it really allows for these developments to have a bigger buildable area or be able to better design to meet or to mitigate some of those coastal hazards. For example, if you're thinking about flooding, some of these areas might see, if you pretend that the wall's not there, their flooding might be a lot higher than with the flooding that protections that the shoreline structure provides. So they may be able to elevate a few feet versus having to elevate to an extreme level, or they might be able to flood-proof their ground level to meet that, to provide for that mitigation needed. And so that's really the purpose of these two areas, is to allow the properties in these areas to continue to do maintenance and repairs on their properties, to be able to redevelop. There's a few vacant sites in these areas as well that would be able to take advantage of these development potential opportunities here now, with the assumption that the shoreline protection structure can be used for the analysis and for the design of these projects. Are there any additional questions on SSRAs before I move on to disclosures?
Hey, could you pull the map of Rockaway back up? So you mentioned these were in front of city-owned shoreline protection, but I'm not sure that's completely true here in Rockaway. My understanding is that the armoring in front of Nick's is there. I've seen their permit from 2014. So how does that work if it's not city-owned armoring?
I'm not aware of the particulars of that specific section of the armoring, but in general, what we've discussed with California Coastal Commission staff is that this would be the boundary for the SSRA.
Okay. Okay, that's all for right now. Thanks.
All right. Do we want to dive into tsunami? No. Would we like to define and discuss our tsunami?
Well, I had asked for clarification around what generally is referred to as deed restrictions, disclosures, and waivers.
Yeah.
And then, yes, I'm happy to ask a couple questions around tsunami inundation zones.
Okay, thank you. Deed restrictions, disclosures, waivers.
Through my questioning process, I've become more comfortable referring to disclosures and waivers. So, like I said, I'd like to get that fleshed out a little bit more.
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to find it in the summary table. All right, so the policy for coastal hazards risk disclosure, the first part of it can be seen here, and the full policy and the red line version is on packet page 593. And so generally, how these would work is a project would need to apply for a coastal development permit, either for, it would trigger that requirement due to an addition or to a new building, a brand new demolition remodel of a site. Those are types of projects that would trigger a coastal development permit requirement. So as part of the approval for a coastal development permit requirement in coastal vulnerability zones or in tsunami inundation zones, the property would be required to record a risk disclosure on their property, as it would be part of the approval, similar to like a condition of approval on a resolution. And that disclosure would contain the information that's outlined in the, I think it's 8 or 9 bullet points. Would you like me to go through each one, or do you want me, or I was planning on going through each bullet point during the detailed discussion of the alternative modifications, but.
And for the sake of saving time, let's go through the bullet points later, but if you begin with the general overview, that would be helpful.
So, and just to confirm, it's any project in the coastal vulnerability zones or tsunami zones that requires a permit. It has nothing to do with whether you're doing 50% a substantial structural modification. So even a small project over 10%, is that where the
Yes,
cutoff is, where you don't need a CDP?
Correct. The requirement is for the approval of a coastal development permit. There's different types of projects that will require a coastal development permit that are not an SSM project.
SSM being substantial structural modification, meaning 51% of the structure or more.
Correct.
And again, I'm sensitive to the fact that I'm apparently seeing new faces, and that even if I'm not seeing new faces, it's good to make sure everyone's on the same page. Okay, in terms of tsunami inundation zones, we got a lot of emails around the topic of tsunami inundation zones. I appreciate very much that there is a map on page 667, and it's the first time we've had something that looks like a visual representation of what we're probably discussing. The first thought that entered my head when I saw it was, this seems minimalist. And I think that it struck me as very different from a lot of the concern the community has been expressing. That being said, as we're talking about ESA making new maps, I'm also sensitive to the fact that this is maybe an approximation, not the map we will wind up with. I'm not quite sure what informs this map. I can see fully in the lower left corner what apparently informs it, but what exactly that means in terms of what was brought together to make this happen, I'm not sure what that process looked like. And I think the emails often, the general sentiment is, well, in Half Moon Bay, they don't seem to have they don't seem beholden to tsunami inundation the way we're being asked to be. And I've heard also in Newport Beach, when they updated their documents, a similar story. And so the follow-up question is, okay, how is it that Half Moon Bay and apparently Newport Beach is able to get away with not being beholden to their tsunami inundation zone, but we have to be beholden to it? Again, if this map is to be believed, I think that's 11 or 12 homes that are directly affected by it, but I'm not quite sure what informs this map and how solid it is, right? And so if in general you can give us that overview of tsunami inundation zones, answer to what informs this map, and if you have the data to compare and contrast to HMB and Newport Beach, that would be helpful, I think, to get this started.
Yeah, that was definitely going to be my question too, to be able to actually see the differences between the Half Moon Bay ordinance and our own language, because a lot of people are talking about that. And so it would be nice, again, to be able to see it if we could, but I don't know if you have that. Sorry, Stephanie.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so I can talk about how this map was created, first of all. So like I said, this was created using some of our resources this summer, and it was actually our community development summer intern who has some experience with GIS. So they were able to create this map, and this map solely reflects publicly available data. It does, you may recall earlier for the other item, item 13, there was discussion on different variables to ensure that it shows the existing conditions. That's not included here. This is just the raw data that's publicly available that was inputted. There's no changes to the variables here. So that is why it's a draft tsunami inundation map. We were not able to verify if there's any variables that we could input to the data to make it more accurate, reflect existing conditions. So that's one of the reasons why it's still draft. In terms of what is the Half Moon Bay example, I do have some information on that. So the Half Moon Bay LCLUP does have a similar policy to what we're proposing to do with the risk disclosure. So that's policy 7-9, as you can see here on the slide. And so it does include that second sentence. It says infill development on existing building sites may be permitted in the tsunami inundation zone, provided that a disclosure of hazard presence and a hold harmless clause indemnifies the city from any harm caused to permitted development by tsunami inundation are recorded against the property. So very simple sentence, just has two clauses. Well, on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see what that actually entails. So this is an example that we were able to obtain from Half Moon Bay. It does not contain any particulars. Those were edited out, but essentially that sentence policy translates to, and these are just the first 2 pages, this is a 4-page document. So again, the policy might be very straightforward and simple to read, but when you're actually considering what that entails for implementation, what it entails for a property owner, it is a more detailed process. And so really what we're trying to do with our policy for risk disclosure is it has essentially the language that we are anticipating will be in our risk disclosure that will be a template for coastal development permit approvals in these 2 areas. Of course, there'll be some additional information of, when, why is it a requirement, what type of project required all this, but the idea that just because your policy is 1 sentence means that it's easier to implement is really false. I think the policy itself is very similar to what we're requiring. It's a disclosure of hazard that needs to be recorded against the property.
And just to clarify something that you told me separately, but we don't have restrictions on development in tsunami inundation zones, right?
Correct. So if your property is in a tsunami inundation zone and just a tsunami inundation zone, the only requirement is that you record a deed disclosure, a risk disclosure. There's no other prohibitions on development. There's no requirements for additional technical reporting or siting or design. Those policies are only applicable to the coastal vulnerability maps, zone maps. And so as part of changing this policy, our risk disclosure policy, the map, figure 2.2, is separate from the coastal vulnerability maps.
Question that just occurred to me. It seems like the coastal vulnerability zones kind of naturally run with the tsunami inundation zones as displayed on the map. Do you have a sense if that's more or less accurate? Do any of these tsunami inundation zones run outside of the coastal vulnerability zones?
That is a great question, and staff has not been able to kind of overlay those to determine what that would look like. On a wider scale, I know just from looking at the Fairway neighborhood that those 2 lines aren't 100% lined up. There is some variable between those 2.
For the sake of clarity, what you're saying is, in the case of tsunami inundation zone, what that means is you say, this is in a tsunami inundation zone, and that's the entirety of what that means, as opposed to coastal vulnerability zones where there's lots and lots of strings attached, or comparatively lots of strings attached.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
If it's a tsunami inundation zone but not a coastal vulnerability zone, the only requirement is you put a disclosure, this is a tsunami inundation zone, and that's the entirety of the requirement.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And would it be possible in the future to get an overlay map? Because I think that would also be helpful, especially because we're getting new maps. And so having that overlay, I think, would be important for especially folks in my district to understand. And then to understand, maybe to see the differences like side by side in writing so they can clearly understand the differences. That would be super helpful too.
Yes, and I think that would be one of the products that ESA can help us out with, as well as future implementation in our own GIS. I wanted to just emphasize a point that I think Ms. Cervantes was saying that's important at this point when we're talking about inundation zones and comparing to Half Moon Bay. This may be an oversimplification, correct me if I'm wrong, but in essence, Half Moon Bay's is more restrictive than ours is proposed to be, because new development is not allowed in inundation zones in the Half Moon Bay LCP. And in practice, the details of the risk disclosure are the same. We're just putting it up front and transparently in the policy in the LCP, whereas in Half Moon Bay, you get that later on when you work with city staff and have this covenant that you have to record. So I want to be very clear about that comparison.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to touch on something Councilmember Big Stick said. I think you said at one point there were 10 or 12 homes in the tsunami area, but that's just Fairway Park. So just looking at the map, there are a lot more in Sharp Park. Not as many as there were in the previous maps.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah. And so what will happen to our maps eventually? Because the tsunami evacuation area right now is overlaid. Does that go away completely, or is that something that is still showing up in our LCP?
So the tsunami evacuation zone will likely remain as a mapped overlay on our maps, not because it's tied to any policy, but because it's important information for property owners in the city to be aware of and for that to be easily available to the public. That would be the only reason that it would stay. Tsunami evacuation zones are important to know and understand for preparedness, but it will not be tied to any policy.
Through the chair, I did have one lingering question over the golf course. And
PCT?
Recording in progress.
Are you ready, PCT? Yes? We're good? Yes. Thank you. All right. So, when last we spoke,
As I was saying,
yes, please.
God cuts me off again. I'm just going to not ask it.
I-
A lot of the emails dealt with questions around the golf course, and I was about to issue my apologies to Mr. Harris for not reading the email that came through this afternoon, as I was quite busy leading up to the meeting, but I had reviewed the other emails prior. And the question of tsunami inundation versus the structures on the golf course, and then more in general, whether or not our document will disallow them from making adjustments to the physical facilities that might be pertinent going forward is the nature of my question, if any of that made sense.
Yes. Thank you. So most of the structures that are there, including the clubhouse and some of the storage structures, including the structure that's the golf cart storage structure that the city recently issued a coastal development permit for, those are all outside of the coastal vulnerability zone. So those structures, if there is any redevelopment of them, they may need a coastal development permit, but they will not trigger the policies in Chapter 6 that require the technical reporting or the siting and design. Additionally, there is some exempted work that's currently in our implementation plan in the zoning ordinance that may allow some of that work to be exempted from a coastal development permit. And like I said earlier, some of it includes minor grading, minor replacement, like for like. So there is the possibility that that work can be exempted from a coastal development permit in the first place. And the additional thing that I will add is that a good portion of the golf course is actually outside of the city's permit jurisdiction. It is within the California Coastal Commission permit jurisdiction. So any work that's in that area, I cannot speak to. They would need to speak with California Coastal Commission staff.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate that. If I may just tag on that really quickly. For the portion of the golf course that's within our permit jurisdiction, I am wondering about normal golf course maintenance issues. Would those, moving sand around for a sand trap or some sort of, would that be considered grading every time they have to manipulate sand or something like that? Is this all something that would have to be broached to the city, or is there a way that we can go, it's a golf course, they have to do that, it's part of operations?
Yeah, so here on the slide, as you can see on the left-hand side, that red line is essentially the Coastal Commission permit jurisdiction. Everything that is to the seaward side would require California Coastal Commission staff to make a determination. But what is outside of that line to the east, like I said earlier, there are some exemptions, specifically if it's less than 50 cubic yards of grading that is exempted work. If there's essentially any work that does not impact coastal resources, that's kind of the general umbrella of the exempted work, can be done through either a building permit or through no permit at all. So that's generally the code sections that are listed in our LCLUP. Really the reason that it's exempted work is because it does not impact coastal resources.
And on another side, it does impact resources for visitor serving, which we do have as a priority. So I don't know if it requires a specific policy or it's just within the department jurisdiction, but it's stuck out to me as something I wanted to ask about. Okay. Tsunami?
Went over the tsunami stuff, and that was my question around the golf course.
My follow-on question around the tsunami is, I understand the method or not exactly the method, but the sources of data that were used to create the map. Is there any way that you can provide links to those in some way that the public can follow and have access to what our staff member was looking at when those were put together?
Yes, we can definitely post those on our website.
Because I noticed in our graphic, they were listed, but there was nothing linked. Thank you. Okay. Other questions before we go to our policy review? Do we want to do public comment first? Yes? Okay. So at this moment, I have 2 cards, specifically, nope, sorry, 3, specifically stating LCLUP. If there's anyone else who wishes to complete a speaker card, you'll have 3 minutes. And I'm going to start with Richard Harris.
Good evening, Council and staff. Nice to see you again. On the topic that was just being discussed about the tsunami and the vulnerability zone, Councilmember Beer had a question about that. I sent you on August 6 a 5-page letter that discusses this issue about the coastal vulnerability zones,
All right. Please go ahead.
Thank you. The issue that we were discussing was this issue of the vulnerability zones and the tsunami. Planning staff has told you 2 or 3 times in writing and verbally that the tsunami, if it's outside the, if property is outside the coastal vulnerability zone, then the tsunami, they don't have to comply with the siting and design and the technical reports. There were several changes that were put into effect on recommendation from the Coastal Commission in March and at your end of May meeting. That changed that. A definition of coastal hazards. There was a new definition put in March. The new coastal vulnerability zone, CRI-1, which was put in at the end of May, and then the tsunami itself, which was put in March. And those interact in a way that the bottom line in CR1-1, and I outlined this in a letter that I sent to you on August 6, starting at page 3 to 4. And it says that if best available science at the time an application is reviewed shows that a proposed development located outside of the mapped areas, the coastal vulnerability zone mapped areas, is also vulnerable to coastal hazards, then that application shall be reviewed as though the development was located in the coastal vulnerability zone. Okay, you have to look at CR1, CRI-1. Well, when you put that together with the map, the flood map, which is, and the flood map has tsunami in it, and you put that together with text in that I cite to you in pages 3 to 4 of this letter, you have created the tsunami as a coastal hazard, which is a coastal hazard that is best available science.
Okay,
So,
I'm so sorry to cut you off, but that is your
all right,
time.
well, you've got
on
it in a
this
letter.
item.
Please read the letter. It's got all the citations on it, and I have other things to talk about too, but I only have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Bailing and Larry Bothan.
Good evening, City Council and staff. I'm Jennifer Beeling, resident and apartment manager in Sharp Park. Live with my tenants, love them, and take good care of them. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk. I just want to say and reinforce that I've been trying to come to some of these meetings and just listen and learn, and I can feel the 2 opposing sides. And I just want to say that everyone loves and respects the ocean. That's why we're here. We love our Pacifica and want to see the best for preserving its beauty and want the best for our residents, property owners, and businesses. That's why we bought here. We pay our taxes to live here and provide housing to renters to enjoy the ocean. As constructed and approved by the City of Pacifica building departments. For more, today, I think it's more than 50%, maybe 70% of the people do believe in climate change, and it's never a good idea to rely on status quo. Our lives and our lives around us are always changing. The question is how to identify and address the complex problems that we have here, and they are huge. The Coastal Commission seems to be making a really hard example of Pacifica, and I don't yet understand why we are a really hard exception to what they're looking to do here. If managed retreat is property owners' rights versus nature, which is how I've heard it put, and people think that nature should win, then it stands to wonder who helps to pay for the schools and public city services. Reinforcing the seawall is cost-effective over the cost of losing infrastructure to the ocean, flooding, and having to move the infrastructure, loss of tax revenue, the cost of having to pay property owners a fair assessed value for their property if they're to sell it to the city. And Pacifica is already strapped for funds, and they can't afford these additional costs. Reinforcing the existing seawall is more affordable, and it would be about saving people's homes, businesses, lives, and nature. In summary, I'm not for passing the LCLUP until all the edits are considered and more thought is put into addressing all the complex needs. Thank you very much for your hard work and services.
Thank you. Larry Bothan.
Well, good evening. We've been playing kick the can with this LCLUP for over 6 years now. This is our 8th meeting on our endless revisions that are, made by staff and the CCC after each meeting. Each time they come back with new and more extreme demands for Pacifica to comply with that aren't even in the original Coastal Act. So stop already. That can has been kicked so long and so hard it doesn't roll anymore, and you can't read the label. Pick it up, put it in the recycle bin. The public comments on this meeting alone compared to 2 other coastal cities' plans to ours. For our closest neighbor, Half Moon Bay's LCP was approved in 2021. It contains none of the onerous requirements for maintenance and repair permits or tsunami inundation or evacuation zones. The plan specifically states that tsunami areas cannot be used to restrict development. It also exempts existing structures from requirements for coastal development permits in existing developments, like we have in Sharp Park and Fairway Park. These exclusions apply to their coastal zones and both of their golf courses and to historical landmarks, and also allows for infill development. By those lights, Sharp Park's historic Alistair Mackenzie Golf Course, its clubhouse, and all adjacent buildings are entitled to the same exemptions. Newport Beach had its LCP plan approved last February. It was also exempted from development restrictions in tsunami or coastal vulnerability zones. Sirens and an evacuation plan were deemed good enough to deal with the tsunamis. So here's 2 coastal cities with recently approved LCPs with none of the punitive measures that are so costly that the Commission has imposed on Pacifica. Homeowners in those cities won't have to spend tens of thousands of dollars on environmental and geological studies before they apply for a coastal development permit. They don't have to sign waivers absolving their cities of any liability. If they aren't saddled with these crippling dictates, why is Pacifica? Would it be correct to assume that our city staff has never talked to other coastal cities about this, or that they've ignored their advice? Otherwise, this is best practices we're talking about. You have to talk to the others that are going through the same thing. I think any lawyer worth his salt would take a case that demands equal protection under the law. We are clearly not getting it. In California, the Commission is the judge, the jury, and the executioner because Pacifica gave them that power. Table this plan and let it play out in other cities and courts. Their defiance of common sense will be stricken down. The precedents are just down the coast. Thanks.
Thank you. Frank Vella.
Good evening, council, staff. Frank Vella here as a resident. This local coastal land use plan is extremely flawed. It appears to be just another step towards implementing managed retreat. One item of many is a tsunami zone. There is no evidence presented that a tsunami has ever occurred in Pacifica, yet we are creating an area that will impact property owners and residents, homes and finances. Property owners may not be able to obtain insurance or financing, thereby destroying one of the greatest assets most people have, their homes. With this local land use plan, owners will have to sign a deed restriction, removing the city from any liability resulting from this plan that the city is planning to implement. Where is implied and expected job of the city protecting property owners and residents? This is all conjecture. Again, no evidence at all that a tsunami has ever come to Pacifica that we have seen or read in this plan or elsewhere. Why don't we plan for an asteroid impact zone, an earthquake risk zone, or for that matter, a UFO landing area? This tsunami zone Linamar will reach up to Peralta. Lenders and insurance companies will certainly look at this designation and price accordingly, if not decline financing or insurance, especially with the city's mandate for a deed restriction. Property owners have already dealt with this situation and been denied financing. This is another reason that we need to scrap this plan. We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other cards from people here in the audience. I see one is coming. Emily, how many hands do we have raised on Zoom?
We have four. We have 3 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay.
We have 4 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay.
And counting.
Okay. So we'll hear from Robin Renneals.
I've come prepared.
Thank you.
If my hand is still raised on Zoom, just take that one down. I'm here now.
Thank you.
It's Robin Renneals in West Sharp Park for, I don't know, in the next over 45 years, something like that. I'm just going to say that I agree with the last 4 speakers on things that they've said. I also want to help Richard out because I don't think we got to, the summary request of the golf course, and it affects my neighborhood too. But the tsunami is extraordinarily unlike. Tsunami is extraordinarily unlike, and a tsunami development restriction burdensome, unreasonable in existing neighborhoods. The Coastal Act does not require tsunami to be a local coastal plan development restriction. As the Coastal Commission determined in 2021 in the matter of Half Moon Bay Local Coastal Plan, we respectfully request that the Pacifica's local coastal plan not use tsunami, whether evacuation or inundation, as a restriction on infill development in Pacifica's already developed neighborhoods, areas and neighborhoods. And then we have a letter from the Coastal Commission coming in with even more changes and information that's going to drag this thing out. That's concerning because it has been taking a long time, and I know we're all weary of having to overgo the changes, but we're also weary of the unknown that this will bring to us, especially the folks that live out here at the beach. I just hope that we can maintain this energy and answer these questions. It's very, very important, but also continue to work to try to do the best thing to keep our neighborhoods viable. Thank you.
Thank you. And you can leave your card with the chief in the back? Yeah, thank you. Okay. Emily.
We have 6 raised hands. The first is for Sam Casillas.
Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
For policy LDI 20, the undeveloped San Pedro site, which is more accurately defined and I will now refer to as the Pedro Point Field and Wetland Site, city staff states that they strongly believe that a specified density is necessary to address community concerns regarding potential future development of the site. City staff continues to purposely misrepresent the vast majority of the concerns from the PPCA, multiple comment letters from residents of Pedro Point, legal experts, and CEQA experts. Our concern has never been to address the number of residential units and/or development in the Pedro Point field and the wetland. Our concern has always been the suitability of any development, but especially residential in an area with multiple hazards and coastal resources that make it unsuitable for development. Furthermore, city staff has refused to answer community concerns and comments from the Pedro Point Community Association as to how the decision was made to change the zoning from the 1980 LCIUP from commercial recreational to its closest zoning definition in the LUP update to low-intensity visitor commercial, or more appropriately, due to the present hazard and niche conditions, to designate it conservation. We agree with the Coastal Commission staff that the recommendation for sites are based on the concerns about the sensitivity of the site to appropriately plan for the site to avoid and protect coastal resources. Considering the current owner had prior knowledge to the hazard and coastal resource constraint prior to the purchase of the property, conservation would be appropriate for the site. As noted previously, the city's attempt at zoning change to any type of residential would set the city up for a taking due to the erroneous zoning change in violation of Coastal Act and CEQA. It is interesting that throughout this document, the city staff recommends less rigorous attempts to protect coastal resources to avoid a taking. Yet in the Pedro Point Field and Wetland site, the city continues to set itself up for a taking claim by insisting the change in the land use designation to residential. City staff goes on to say that the amount of development will be determined by hazard and biology reports that will be conducted by developers paid by consultants, which is inherently a biased process. But now the city staff is attempting to circumvent an independent review process and eliminate the presence of protected species by eliminating the Coastal Commission from conducting its own biology analysis. The city wants to use the federal definition of protected species in ESHA, which would eliminate reviews of the Coastal Act Wetlands ESHA delineation, and California's protected species that would eliminate the inclusion of the California red-legged frog. The city doesn't want to include wetlands in the areas that need buffer zones, only creeks, and therefore eliminate ESHA and wetland buffer zones. The city wants to change the definition of an easement so that the owners of a property would have to grant permission to go, which is not the legal definition of an easement. All these issues would eliminate any ability to protect coastal resources in the Pedro Point Field and Wetland site, and development of the site.
Thank you, Sam. Your time has expired. Emily?
The next raised hand is for Remy Tan.
Please go ahead.
Hello, Remy Tan, resident and architect out here in Pacific Manor. Our neighborhood has had a tremendous amount of coastal erosion that, we've lost a whole row of houses and a whole bunch of apartment buildings. So, and the city really needs to take a very close look at this coastal plan and figure out, what we do. We can't, continue to unprotect these houses. I mean, we either got to, do a condemnation and or TDRs to get people out of there, or come up with a a protection solution. But we can't just sit there and do nothing. And the same goes for down at Beach Boulevard and the other the other exception zone down in Rockaway. That Beach Boulevard project looks like it's going to be a real expensive one. It's just not a kind of patch up of the seawall. Looks like that seawall is completely done, needs a full replacement. So the question is, nobody's figured out how to pay for that thing. And the city really has got to do a economic analysis and figure out, what's the percentage of, work that Seawall is doing to protect city property versus private property, and have a, equitable split where the city would pay for their portion that protects their property and the private owners pay for their portion that protects their property. I mean, that's the fair way to do it. Everybody pays their fair share. And then figure out what, grants are available for this stuff. But, that all kind of has to be done, as we're doing this update. Otherwise, if we don't do that, and we plan for something and don't execute, we'll be in trouble down the line. So just kind of want to bring that up. And, we got to keep in mind, with this tsunami mapping, it was a very high-level study done by an intern, so we probably need to dig a little deeper and get some coastal experts to look at that, and some seismic geologists looking at this thing to see what real threat is and adjust the mapping, so that it's actually something real, not just again, a study done by an intern. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Peter Loeb.
Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I want to talk about the SRAs. I don't understand why they are still being considered. The vast majority of the public comments have opposed that idea. The council never made a decision to go this route. The SRAs essentially say that areas that are at greatest risk of sea level rise, the greatest hazard, are allowed to have more intense development. That makes no sense to me. The waves over top the seawall north of the pier and in Rockaway, you've seen it, people in Rockaway Beach at the end of the road watch the waves break over them and run up to Nick's restaurant, and the waves take out the windows at the bottom of the Moonraker. And at the north end of Beach Boulevard, you've seen TV news broadcasts videos of people being knocked over and the waves rushing across the street and up to houses. To me, that's Mother Nature telling you that the seawalls are already in the ocean. We know that sea levels are rising, and most scientists say that they'll continue to rise. If you know that the seawalls are being overtopped and that and waves rush across the land, why would you say that these areas that you want to plan for more intense development in these areas? It doesn't make common sense to me. It's Mother Nature telling you, don't develop here. I expect my comments are falling on deaf ears of this council because we're still talking about SRAs, but I'm not expecting you as the council to hear this. I'm really speaking to the wider community in the hopes that they'll hear what this council is doing, and I'm speaking really to the Coastal Commission so they will hear that there are members of the public who are opposed to the SRA idea, and the commission will realize that it's against their mission. Does the Coastal Commission really want a local coastal plan that allows increased development in areas that are specifically acknowledged to be at greater risk for sea level rise? A rational plan would call for less development, not more. I don't think this community wants the SRAs. It's the opposite of what's best for the community. It's the wrong thing for the community and for long-term planning for sea level rise. It's not adaptation for the long term, it's maladaptation in the short term. I think the SSRAs are a bad plan and should not be approved.
Thank you.
They are the Boeing
Your time has expired. Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Cliff Lawrence.
Please go ahead. Does it appear that he's unmuted, Emily?
There's no microphone sign on him. Oh, maybe. I think he's lowered his hand, so I can go to the next person for now.
All right. And then, Cliff, you may want to try dialing in a different way or hang up and try it again. Please go on, Emily.
The next raised hand is for Shree Chan.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me? You can have a Zoom if you can hear me. Oh, actually, I can only see my own screen. I see you. Hi, my name is Sherry Chan. I'm secretary of the Peter Point Community Association and also Sam's neighbor, who was our first online speaker. I've also been working on this general plan and LCLUP update since our first meeting at IBL in 2009 when my neighbor, Jim Breland, and I went for a walk to talk about these proposed updates. So my empathy goes out to our neighbors in Sharp Park. who are trying to figure out what to do with these houses, which were built during a time of relative climate stability. But that is not the case right now. We know better and we can do better. And this SRAs that we are all objecting to are just a no-losing proposition. That said, why are we doubling down in Paper Point and greenlighting a land use designation change in the Paper Point field from coastal recreation to residential development? Why would we subject future homeowners to this type of irrational heartache that we're seeing from our neighbors up north who are just trying to hold on to their homes despite the science and the ocean that's coming? I mean, let's not make this worse, and let's not rely on additional railroad berms that have already failed in other parts of Pedro Point. Additionally, the LCLUP, as updated, still continues to fully map all of the ESHA and protected species in the coastal zone. We've provided data after data, and testimony from our biologists that tell you what the problems are. And the Coastal Commission has also talked about the ESHA buffer zones that need to be maximized for the requirement of environmentally sensitive habitat and protected species habitat. Any reduction below 50 feet is not adequate for a roaming species such as the California red-legged frog. And in fact, the California Coastal Commission biologists already cited a need for a 300-foot buffer for the coastal red-legged frog habitat in accordance with U.S. Fish and Wildlife recommendations. So also I would like to note that on figure 2.2 of this document, existing land use in the coastal zone, right now it's currently zoned CR, but the map says undeveloped vacant land, and that's not actually a valid zone. So I'm not sure what that was using. Figure 4.1 speaks to hydrology mapping, and we're actually not using the latest USGS groundwater data from Cosmos. We sat in on those meetings with USGS. There's cool new mapping. Again, if we're going to use the latest available science, let's use the latest available science indiscriminately, right? That's what I'm hearing from our neighbors is we're maybe Pacifica. If Pacifica is being picked on, let's be internally consistent within our neighborhoods. Let's not choose the latest available science when it benefits some homeowners and use the oldest available science when it benefits one specific landowner who bought a swamp.
Thank you. Your time is expired. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Sue. Take care, and thank you for your service.
Emily?
The next raised hand is for Cindy Abbott.
Please go ahead.
Hello, let's hope we stay on. I'd like to thank City Council for having moved in a direction of slowing down this process and ensuring that tonight's meeting is continued review only and not a vote on the draft LCLUP. The City Council needs to ensure a continued slow but steady approach. Recently, I attended a neighborhood meeting, and most of the individuals there, as well as others I've spoken to individually, were unaware of these continued discussions and were very unclear as to the impact for the city at large or to their personal properties. It should be clear that holding meetings does not equate to robust community engagement, particularly with how the meetings over the past year have been conducted with a fire hose of information that keeps changing. I personally remain concerned with a small number of items in the draft, with the most significant being the special shoreline resiliency areas. Never have I heard more of a misnomer of a name, as SSRAs are simply a plan for perpetual hard armoring without significant mitigations to alleviate the impact to the part of the California coast that has been entrusted to us to care for, while creating inequities between our neighborhoods and placing more people in hazard zones. SSRAs provide short-term benefit to property owners today without any forward visionary thinking for future generations. And it seems more language ensuring giveaways of our coast have recently been added to the plan. We've seen no analysis by city staff for what the cost will be to implement the mitigation plans relative to the SSRAs. And is there ample enough benefit to offset these costs that will be on top of a $120 million seawall that all Pacificans will be asked to pay for. While a carrot is being dangled that the new LCLUP will help develop West Sharp Park, the smallest and most constrained area of the city, and that maybe it'll even bring a new library, we haven't heard what can be developed without SSRAs, as development, including a library, has been planned for decades without the need for them. Let's think about that. We're being told that we need these, but we've been planning this without them forever. It's clear that a lot more analysis and clear, understandable communication is needed for the community to embrace this plan. Let's really think about, do you want to be the council that's remembered for putting people in harm's way, the way that those folks with the apartment buildings and houses on Esplanade were? I know each of you, and I know that's not what you want for this community and future generations. Let's really think about the right plan for the city that prepares it for the future that's already here. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Summer Lee.
Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Summer Lee. I really am touched by what Cindy Abbott just said, so it's really hard to follow that. I want to echo the concerns about continuing community engagement in this process because I'm barely hanging on, and I'm sure other people are feeling that way too. And it has been a lot of information, and it's getting less clear as we go and not more clear, and dwindling participants from the community, including the people who would be most affected. And then as far as some of the information and other public comments, tsunamis are real. I think 150 have happened in California since the 1800s. There was one in Half Moon Bay that actually went 1,000 feet inland. And then there was a very recent one in Crescent City that actually killed people. And in Santa Cruz, when it's millions and millions and millions of dollars of damage that the city is on the hook for, and hopefully outside other jurisdictions. So they do happen, and it's great to include that information. And besides that, insurance companies know, even if we don't want to acknowledge it. And then, yes, why are these SSRAs the zombie that keeps living on when even groups who normally really are at odds with each other agree that these are not working? So I really hope that this council hears that. And as Peter said, I hope the Coastal Commission hears that because I think they're under the wrong impression that there is some support from this community for this idea, and they've been misled on that. And thank you for everyone that is hanging on like I am. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Cliff Lawrence.
Thank you. Sorry for those problems. We've been having technical difficulties all evening long, and probably aware. This has been going on a long time. I'm getting exhausted. I don't feel I hear much clarity or anything really that much more clear coming from staff. What I do hear is a consistency in what the public is telling you, but I don't think it's being heard. 125 million for a new wall, a whole new wall. Why? That's insanity. And besides, the south wall isn't perfectly intact. Has it ever been challenged that there's a problem there, and we're going to take it apart? It just numbs my mind when we talk about these things. Somehow we think we can bet against Mother Nature. Now, we here on the coast should be the experts to know that's a real bad bet. So leave you with what puts a smile on my face. I see these signs that say fight, manage, retreat. And I smile because I think, yeah, you'd like unmanaged retreat a lot better. I thank you for your service.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Jim Kramer.
Good evening. You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm just going to make a really brief comment. I wasn't going to talk tonight, even though I'm totally engaged on this topic. I basically am going to agree with very articulate previous speakers that the SSRAs are inappropriate, bad for Pacifica. They are not long-term planning. They are a Band-Aid that helps a few people in a very expensive way for a short period of time. It's all been said so many times before, it's really frustrating, and I'm going to pretty much leave it at that because we've said it over and over again, and many articulate and well-informed people have encouraged you to realize that many of the, much of the oversight from the Coastal Commission is well-intended as well as legal, and we would be better off moving ahead with those suggestions rather than always coming up with changes. Every time they give us a suggestion, we come back with another change, which requires a whole nother iteration. That repeated iteration is the reason this is one of the main reasons that this is so protracted. I'll stop now. I'm very much opposed to including SSRAs in the draft for the LCLUP. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no additional raised hands.
All right. And is there another public comment? Yes, in the audience. Aaron Clark, please go ahead.
Yeah, I couldn't resist since I'm here. Obviously, as usual, I'm going to disagree with most everybody. And I don't live in the coastal zone anymore. I used to. I don't now. But I just want to be clear. The Coastal Commission, in my opinion, they have a really radical agenda, and they have a right to do that. That's what they do. But the purpose of a city council and a city staff is to fight for the people of Pacifica. And the Coastal Commission can fight for their perspective, and people of Pacifica need to fight to preserve property and preserve the city of Pacifica. And between that conflict, I guess, there'll be a compromise somewhere along the way. But you can't go along with the Coastal Commission's recommendations. You have to fight back against it, because there wouldn't be a Pacifica if the Coastal Commission had its way. They don't care about anybody in Pacifica. So I just want to be clear on that I think that, the city council has to continue to work for the people of Pacifica, and whatever happens, happens. So there you go.
Thank you, Aaron. Are there any other speakers in the audience? Any other speakers on Zoom? All right. Oh, no, but you already spoke. Oh, you forgot your flashlight. Okay, thank you. Okay, so then I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the council and staff for our continuing process on reviewing the Chapter 6 policies.
Should we follow up on a few of the questions? Or?
While they're fresh?
Mm-hmm.
Seems like a good idea to me. And we have Katie, who is readily at our table, ready for note-taking if we need it.
Okay.
Do you want to go first? I don't see a light.
I'll do one just to respond to actually a couple of things with the tsunamis. I think even after your clarification, there's still confusion that there's any limitation about development in tsunami zones. Can you say that really clearly one last time? Hopefully one last time.
Yes, again, the city's LCLUP does not contain any prohibition, any requirements for development in tsunami inundation zones only. The only requirement is that if you are going to obtain a coastal development permit in a tsunami inundation zone, is that you record a risk disclosure on the property that you are in a tsunami inundation zone.
And if I remember correctly from what you showed us earlier, Half Moon Bay's ordinance includes those risk disclosures in tsunami areas also.
Yes, so I have it up on the slide again. Their policy 7.9 requires new development in tsunami inundation zones. So if you read at the first sentence, this is limit the creation of new building sites in tsunami inundation zones. The second sentence allows infill development with the risk disclosure. very similar to the same way our policy is written. If you look at the policy on top, 7-8, that does state that ensure that new development, including land division, is sized, sited, and designed to be safe from shoreline hazards such as, and it includes tsunami inundation zones. So that's an additional requirement that our LCLUP does not have. Our LCLUP does not require siting, design, technical reporting for tsunami inundation.
Okay, thank you. And one point raised by Richard Harris that I noticed too that bothered me a little bit, if you can pull up the definition of coastal hazard zone, because it does mention tsunami, and so I don't know if we might want to add a little caveat or if it's possible to delete that word.
Yeah, so I don't have the definition, the glossary on slides, but I'll read. So it's on page 636. That's the page, packet page 636 that has the definition of coastal hazards and also the definition of coastal vulnerability zones. So I'll just read it. So coastal hazards include but are not limited to episodic or long-term shoreline retreat and coastal erosion, high seas, ocean waves, storm, tsunami, tidal scores, wave overtopping, coastal flooding, and their interaction, all of which may be exaggerated by sea level rise. So that's the definition of coastal zone. The definition of a coastal vulnerability zone is the area shown on the city's maps prepared for the Pacifica sea level rise vulnerability assessment, and it has a date, incorporated herein, and may be amended from time to time based on the updated best available science about projected sea level rise, erosion, flooding, and other coastal zones. So that's the distinction is that the policies apply to coastal vulnerability zones. They don't apply to all coastal hazards.
But at the end of the definition of coastal vulnerability zone, it says, and other coastal hazards, and then coastal hazards includes tsunami. So,
Right.
I think we want to make sure there's not a loophole.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the best thing that city can do is to ensure that the coastal vulnerability maps are separate from figure 2.2, which is the tsunami inundation map, to ensure that those are seen separate.
But you said earlier that the tsunami hazard map, what's in there now, would be staying there, so, or the tsunami evacuation zone map would be staying on the coastal vulnerability zone map.
I may have misspoken. The tsunami evacuation zone map is not on the coastal vulnerability zones. That is a separate map that it's included in the LCP. And I can find the figure. So when I was speaking about that the evacuation zone maps would stay, so that's in figure 5.3, which is flood zones. That map shows the different flood zones, and it also has the tsunami evacuation area.
I just think it's a little dangerous to just rely on a map instead of clear language. I mean,
I agree.
So I guess one of the questions is, can we still, I mean, I know the Coastal Commission and our legal and their legal have all reviewed all this, but can we still add, you know, a little text to clarify that tsunamis are not included in coastal vulnerability zones?
So maybe Ms. Cervantes can talk about what other coastal hazards would be mapped in the coastal vulnerability zone map. That might assist us in understanding whether that last phrase, what that refers to.
Yes, thank you. So I think we could probably clarify what is mapped. So it would include sea level rise, erosion, flooding, wave overtopping, and storm flooding as well. So we can maybe, instead of having it say other coastal hazards, we can limit it to what is included in the coastal vulnerability maps.
Seems like in the definition of coastal vulnerability zone, if you add at the end and not inclusive of tsunami inundation or evacuation that would serve the point that Councilmember Bowles is making, which is that the end of coastal vulnerability zone seems to hearken back to the definition of coastal hazards, and that's where something gets mucked up. Whereas since coastal vulnerability zone definition specifically is referring to the maps, it can be pointed out in that definition that tsunami inundation and or evacuation, if appropriate, is not one of the elements included in the maps.
What do you think about that, Councilmember Bowles?
Yeah, I think that's good. I think we need to be clear, right, so that it's not up to interpretation sometime when somebody doesn't remember what we all talked about here tonight.
I see the Venn diagram you're painting between these two definitions, but I see why that element could be taken out of the Venn diagram if articulated specifically.
Well, considering I wrote not including tsunami inundation zone at the point at which you were speaking, Councilmember Bowles, I think I concur with you, Councilmember Big Stick.
And then to check, is that true?
Excuse me?
Is that true? So if we were to add that to the end of the definition?
Yes, the
Okay.
coastal vulnerability maps do not include tsunami inundation.
I just wanted to be super clear about that, and then, yeah.
Okay. All right. Did you have other
I did.
things you
Someone
want to
else
follow up
jump
on?
in. I'm just writing my notes here.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I do feel like a lot of the points that Mr. Harris brought up, I feel like they just need to be looked at again and just re-explained, because I feel like even with, like you said, with the clear explanations, people still aren't understanding it. And so I don't know which points I'm necessarily referring to, but I just feel like I want reassurance for Mr. Harris. That makes sense?
Yes. So are you suggesting perhaps looking at the letters that were submitted?
Yes.
That make some very specific points?
Yeah, thank you.
That
There's a summary.
staff could respond to those points in the letters that were submitted as part of public comment.
Thank you. The August 6th letter specifically.
So just to clarify, staff has responded to many of the public comments that have come in. I mean, over the course of all of the meetings, staff has responded to numerous public comments that have come in. So is council asking for something different than what staff has already done, or something in addition to that?
I think it's reiteration is what I'm asking for. Realizing that they've already responded, but I think people need to hear it again. So it's just reiteration.
But it is, I mean, it's in the packages and available for the public to review online. So is council asking for something additional to be included?
Well, I think I don't even remember where to look for that information at this point. There's been so many packages. I mean, maybe we can specify which questions we'd like staff to answer, and maybe it doesn't have to be tonight if you need, time to look at that legally. But maybe what we're asking is a response to this particular letter.
August 6th.
Of August 6th. Is that something reasonable?
I guess what I would ask is for council members to look at staff's response to the issues that have been brought up. There's attached to the packet is lengthy response to comments. And if you're feeling that there's not information that's provided to make that specific request, when this comes back to council at the next meeting, whenever the next meeting is, to respond more clearly or repeat the response or what have you. Otherwise, I mean, we need to hear from council what's not clear.
Yeah.
And we're reporting in these reports back to council to make these topics clearer. So in our mind, we've clearly responded to the comments as we have tonight as well. Okay. And if that's not satisfactory, we need to hear why and to specify more.
No, I think as I read Mr. Harris's work, I appreciate that a lot of it has a bunch of legal nuance that sometimes at a first reading is definitely lost on me. And between the ultimately 5 of us, I think as we read through his work, as we come to questions of that supposed legal disparity, that's the time as we are reading the document to then shoot an email to staff, because that is at our discretion at any given point to inform that conversation that may happen leading up to the next meeting, for example. So where those questions are to be raised, we have that opportunity between now and then to ask legal.
I appreciate that, thank you.
If it's helpful, I'm just looking at the answers to questions. And so there was one comment here that staff answered. Pacifica's LCLUP should exempt, sorry, this is on packet page 705. And I'm told I need to talk closer to the microphone. Pacifica's LCLUP should exempt maintenance, repair, and minor additions to existing structures from CDP permit requirements. The Coastal Commission, April 2021, unanimously approved these same exemptions in Half Moon Bay. And then staff's response, as stated in section 2.3, land use framework, coastal development review, pursuant to the Coastal Act, certain categories of development are exempt from coastal development permit requirements. These exemptions are generally set forth in section 30610, which I think we read at length at the last meeting, and sections 13, 252, 253, 250 of the California Code of Regulations. These code sections provide clear language on when maintenance and repair activities do and do not require coastal development permit. Additionally, language on what does trigger a CDP or exemptions to CDP currently exists in the city's implementation plan, and that's the zoning ordinance. And I sent Richard Harris today the section 9-4-4303 coastal development permit requirements, which has a whole long description of exemptions. The CVC maps do not include tsunami inundation zones. Well, staff, I think we answered that already. So there are some answers here, but it's just referring to particular code sections or documents to look at, and not necessarily answering his question about the specifics, and maybe that would be helpful.
So can you state that Muni code one more time?
Yes. 9-4.4303. So this is, and I think Stephanie can confirm, so this is part of our previous implementation plan that the Coastal Commission has reviewed, right, and adopted, and this is still current even though we haven't updated our implementation plan again.
Yeah, so very similar to what's occurring with the LCLUP. The 1980 version is still the certified version that we're using. Same thing for our zoning ordinance, which is our implementation plan that's certified by California Coastal Commission. That zoning ordinance, these code sections will stay in place until a new ordinance is written and certified by California Coastal Commission. So these are the exemptions that we rely on today to review projects and determine if they need a coastal development permit or not.
So for example, grading, and I'll just read this one. So this is under 6, repair and maintenance activities that do not result in addition to enlargement of expansion of the improvement or maintenance activities such as, and it has a long list. And then it says grading of 50 cubic yards or less outside an established public or private right-of-way, provided that this exemption shall not apply within an environmentally sensitive habitat area. So, I mean, that's a caveat that I can't answer whether it might be. So anyway, I think there's a lot more information here that, perhaps we can also ask Mr. Harris to look at these documents and clarify if you have very specific questions about specific maintenance that's not addressed in these. Does that
Perhaps
make
a
sense?
phone call would be in order after the meeting.
Yeah.
Or a meeting in person, yeah.
Yeah. Mm. And I think he and Stephanie have met before, so.
I mean, me.
Oh, you. Oh, sorry. Okay. All right.
So it occurs to me that there's specific processing of some of this that we should begin going through if there's no further to address from the public, though I do have something to address briefly. This notion of the Coastal Commission making a hard example of Pacifica was a direct quote, and further down the comments, there were many around not particularly liking the SSRA notion. I think that what was scheduled on August 8th was going to be a report out to Coastal Commission around the neighborhood carve-out approach that the Coastal Cities Group has been working on as a general information session independent of Pacifica, because this is an approach that has been worked on by council members not just from Pacifica but from other locales, certain coastal commissioners and certain coastal commission staff. And while I appreciate that we seem to be on the cutting edge of this new coastal, pardon the loose language, technology, for lack of a more specific term just now, this is something that's being worked on statewide. The point is well taken that the community keeps asking us, do we really want to be the first ones to try this thing out? And I'm willing to hazard arguments in that direction, but I just wanted to point out that I don't know so much that Coastal Commission is making a hard example of Pacifica so much as they have to start somewhere. And so this is where they're more or less starting. The point was also well taken by a couple commenters. One referred to it as new demands, the other referred to it as a new letter. And that 11-page document from coastal staff is in here and informs in part why we'll be continuing this meeting. And I want to acknowledge that because, frankly, processing 9 meetings worth of this over the course of a year has been a heck of a stretch for, I think, all of our dispositions, not just the community. And there is this lingering question mark with every meeting, do we want to continue this another step? And then when new information is brought forward that we don't get to be able to process because it comes out the day before the staff report comes out, it just further deepens that question mark. I am willing at this point to continue the work. I think that we have plenty of work to chew on that we had in front of us before this latest letter. But I do want to acknowledge that now coastal staff has given our city staff more to have to process so that they can bring us their best analysis so that then we can take that into consideration and ask again for the 9th or 10th time, shall we continue? And I just want to acknowledge that no, that's not easy on any member of our community, be it community, council, or staff. And that question mark is very much present, even as we continue to work through this. So I think that despite a great deal of heartfelt and well-considered concern around the SRAs, tonight we're actually going to be chewing on that in a way that I don't think we have before.
Correct.
And we'll see what that looks like on the other side of chewing it and go from there.
And that, unless there are any further points.
One tiny other question. There was a question about hydrology mapping and the Cosmos data. There was a letter, and I think Sheree Chan mentioned it. Is that something that's going to be updated through ESA and their mapping? It's groundwater, I think, that's raising as part of sea level rise.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your statement.
She referred to hydrology mapping and data from the Cosmos model in particular.
I believe she said it was figure 4.1, that's what I wrote down.
4.1, right.
Not sure if that's correct.
Yeah, so the ESA mapping does include an update to groundwater mapping using the USGS Cosmo groundwater maps.
Okay, perfect.
Great. All right, so now, if the council is in agreement, we would begin or resume discussion of Chapter 6, policies. Ms. Cervantes, I casually referred to it as 6.4.6.43 or something like that, but if you could please point us to the exact packet page that we want to be focusing on, and which line.
This one's, packet page 372 is showing on the screen.
Yes, thank you. So the summary table that is seen on the slide, that is packet page 373. And the red line policy language starts on page 593. I'm sorry, I am on the wrong modification. Let me start over. So, oh no, I'm sorry, I set the right one. So it is packet page 373 and page 593. I was just on the wrong slide up here.
So we're talking about modification number 6.44?
Correct.
And packet page 593, you said, correct?
Correct.
All right.
All right, so this is the new policy, CRI 20. As you may recall from the last meeting, there was a shifting in the policy numbers. So this used to be 44, it is now 20. This policy is for siting and design of new development in coastal vulnerability zones. The alternative modifications to this policy do add some specific language for setback and bluff top and or shoreline. So the policy needs, the development needs to be safe, and so it provides ways that it can be safe setbacks from bluff top or from shoreline areas in order to be safe. And then it also adds the exemption that would allow for the SSRAs at the bottom as well. So you'll see that alternative modification at the end that starts with, however, behind the special shoreline resiliency areas, development may consider the additional policies.
Well, I'm noting the phrase "and other coastal hazards" appears in this language. So I believe a minute ago, were talking about being explicit about what those hazards are.
Or would the council like to add exemption language for tsunami inundation zones?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, somewhere. I don't know if it can be written in one place, so we don't necessarily have to catch it everywhere it happens.
Exactly. I mean, we will have to review it ultimately to make sure it's consistently treated throughout the document. Certainly in the definition, but I think it's important that we don't have this open-ended and other coastal hazards, because it's not clear what that means.
Coastal hazards as defined in the definition?
But the definition of coastal hazards includes tsunamis. So if council wants to exclude tsunami inundation zones and tsunami evacuation zones, staff would have to probably work that into the language here to specify that it's excluded.
So if it's the definition of coastal vulnerability zone that excludes tsunami references,
Right.
is that not enough when using the term coastal vulnerability zone elsewhere in the document because it's already defined in the glossary?
But this refers to coastal hazards, which does still say tsunami.
So it would
But
be.
then coastal
incons-
hazards are articulated as separate from coastal vulnerability zones vis-a-vis glossary definition.
Right, but it'd be a little bit inconsistent because you have coastal vulnerability zones at the top, which would exclude tsunamis, but then it refers to coastal hazards.
Which includes tsunamis.
Which includes.
Which includes tsunamis. So somebody in trying to interpret this would be a little bit confused.
Gotcha.
So we could, just let me read through and I'll see if I can.
Thank you.
Yeah. What about other coastal hazards except for tsunamis? Tsunamis.
That's fine. I'm just concerned that this language might be in 20 other places in this document, so,
Yeah, no,
because we haven't really been paying attention to that.
It will be. And I mean, maybe Ms. Cervantes could speak to whether or not she thinks this is something that Coastal Commission staff will be amenable to, because, you know, generally speaking, these types of documents do make broad statements. You're trying to capture as much as you can in these policies, and so the Coastal Commission staff may feel like, well, I don't know what coastal hazards are out there, so I'll just say other coastal hazards to capture everything.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So I'm not sure, and I would defer to Ms. Cervantes on whether she has any impressions from Coastal Commission staff on whether they'd be amenable to saying except tsunamis.
Yes, thank you. My recollection of conversations revolving this specific topic, they weren't as concerned with tsunamis for the other policies, for the technical reporting and the siting and design policy, but it was not specifically discussed if tsunami hazards would be included. So that would be a conversation that we would need to have with coastal staff. But my recollection is that the conversation revolved around the coastal hazard risk disclosure and that requirement for when it came to tsunamis.
Which is, I think, a different issue than a permitting, anything that could be connected to permitting, right? And so I think that's what we're after here, is how do we put a box around it so that it's very clearly treated in terms of our requirements? And maybe we take it out. I mean, if that's what we need to propose, then perhaps that's what we need to propose. I don't know. I don't know if adding more language to limit it is easier or taking it out entirely is easier.
That is a very great question. I need to think about that.
And Katie's writing it down, so we know you will. Thank you. So are we putting a pin in this for now with a mark, a question mark about how we're treating that language?
Are there any other comments on modification 6.44?
I wanted to ask about the bonding for large projects. So it requires a removal and restoration plan. So can you explain what that means? And what is considered a large project?
Yeah, so I believe the bonding for large projects is referring to, so removal restoration, is probably referring to a bond in case shoreline protection structures may need to be removed with the approval of a new project.
Well, it says requires removal and restoration to avoid future shoreline protection. So that's why I'm confused. Are we removing the project itself? I'm just thinking of certain projects that we had to remove that we ended up having to pay for instead of the owner. And so I'm hoping that this is for that, that we're actually, getting some bonds as projects become vulnerable and may have to be removed. So this would be for new applications, not existing applications.
I may be missing what the point is here, but I think that this is sort of a capital projects requirement. I mean, if you have a project that via coastal commission permit or city is going to require to do any significant restoration or removal, like construction projects, there'll probably be a bonding requirement for that to guarantee through the project implementation that the project is done at the applicant's expense.
But I think this is saying, well, it talks about project failure, so that's why I'm asking, because it seems to be saying removal of the project itself.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I mean, it says requires where necessary, requires a removal and restoration plan, which would support the idea that the bond is a restoration bond, including bonding for large projects to avoid future shoreline protection structures or project failure. So I agree that I think.
So it's a bond when we take when the project is permitted that stays with the city for the life of the project, is how I read that, in case it needs to be removed.
That's what I think too, that it's a bond for restoration of the project site if it fails, if the project fails. Maybe not the life of the project, but the construction of the project.
I think it's the life of the project where it's going to become an issue.
Right.
Not the initial construction.
Yes. And then and the reason I think that it's that interpretation of the life of the project is because then the part in red goes on to exempt or delineate, except, however, behind special shoreline resiliency areas, development may consider these things. So in this one piece of text, it's both saying, if you're not in the SSRA, these things, you're subject to this. However, if you are in the SSRA, it doesn't pertain, right?
Well, I'm not sure it doesn't say it pertains, it just says you can also consider these other policies, and I'm not, yeah.
Oh, right. So we need to go.
Those policies are.
Get those.
138 is public infrastructure along the shoreline in special resiliency areas. And 139 is development directly inland of public infrastructure in special resiliency areas. And then 144 is coastal access and resiliency program.
So I think we can clarify. So what I would interpret this to be is that if there's existing protection, but some year in the future, so the project, the property owner is acknowledging that that can't be rebuilt. So, and that would need to be removed at some point in the future, right? They're not going to need to bond up front now for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years for now. It's when that project to remove the structure or the revetment or whatever it is going to happen. That's a capital project in itself. When it's contracted, when it's approved, that's when they would bond to ensure that that project happens and doesn't fail. In other words, to ensure that the structure is removed, that the project doesn't fail by it only being halfway removed and then the contractor goes away or the applicant goes bankrupt or whatever. So I think that's typically how bonding works for capital projects.
I understand, I just don't see
We
how
can
how
clarify.
that helps us then if somebody goes bankrupt, right, and then we're stuck. That's, I mean, is this our language, I assume, and not Coastal Commission language? Because it's not red?
Yes, that is correct. So there were some modifications to that sentence, but that is original language from the city.
Mm-hmm. If you look in the, what, 1, 2, 3, fourth column in the certification draft.
Mhm. Yeah. Anyway, I just want to, maybe legal can look at it. I just want to make sure we have the protection that we need, to the financial protection for projects that do need to get removed at some point. Because it also talks about the, I mean, we changed the language to say anticipated life, right? So, and that was my other question is, do we ever approve projects for less than a 75-year anticipated life? Would we ever, or is that a minimum that is required by the Coastal Commission?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Is 75-year a minimum anticipated life, or are there certain applications that could be considered for less anticipated life?
I think a project could be designed to have a shorter anticipated life, but the project, when proposed, would need to clarify that. So as stated in the definition of anticipated life, the typical anticipated life for a structure is 75 to 100 years for residential commercial development and a minimum of 100 to 150 years for critical infrastructure. But there are instances where development is proposed to have a shorter anticipated life for a variety of reasons, and so developers can do that.
Okay. Anyway, I think my only question is really to ask the city attorney to make sure we're getting the protection we need, right? So we're not stuck holding the bill.
Yeah, so I'll take a look at this provision and discuss with staff, and we'll return to council with some explanation or clarification of the language.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to modification 6.45. So as you may recall from the initial presentation, this is one of the policies that we are anticipating discussion and questions on. So this is the coastal hazard risk disclosure. This policy would apply to coastal development permit approvals for development in the coastal vulnerability zones or the tsunami inundation zones. We've discussed the maps for what the inundation zones would look like. And so let me switch over to the next slide, and we can discuss the bullet points.
Actually, could you go back to the beginning before the bullet points for a second, if you don't mind? And sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, who's running this meeting, is it okay if we just jump in and?
Yes, no, this is fine. This is why we're here, to go through this and process it as a body. So I'm not, just go.
Thank you. I don't want
You
to step
just
on
go.
toes. So at the beginning, it says coastal development permit approvals of development in coastal vulnerability zones. So we talked about the definition of development before, and that was new construction or substantial structural modifications, not little projects. Right, so anyway, just using that word development kind of concerns me a little bit there.
Well, I'll just respond saying that you only need a coastal development permit for developments. So that's why the term is used there. That's the only time you would be getting a coastal development permit is if you have a development. And there are, development is defined, there are a number of exceptions to the term that are not included in the definition of development, and we've discussed some of those tonight.
Okay, all right, so that you don't see any problem with that. Okay, we can move on then. Oops.
All right, so moving on to the bullet points.
Yes.
Yeah, so these are essentially the disclosures that would be in the deed disclosure that would be recorded against the property. So as mentioned earlier, it's anticipated that these might be made into complete sentences, things like that, but generally we're anticipating that this will be the language that will be taken directly from the policy and put into our template risk disclosure that will be recorded on properties that obtain coastal development permits. So I can read through these. The first bullet point is acknowledge that the site is subject to coastal hazards, including but not limited to esbiotic and long-term shoreline retreat, coastal erosion, high seas, ocean waves, storms, tsunami, tidal scores, coastal flooding, landslides, bluff, and geologic instability, and the interaction of same and all as impacted by sea level rise. So this does mirror the definition of coastal hazards. The second bullet point states, assume and accept the risks to themselves and their property of injury and damage from such coastal hazards in connection with the permitted development. So this is an acknowledgement that the property may still be subject to coastal hazards. Bullet point number 3, unconditionally waive any claim of damage or liability against the city and its officers, agents, and employees for injury and or damage in connection with permitted development. This is the acknowledgement stating that the city is not responsible for any damage that may be caused from a coastal hazard to the development. Indemnify and hold harmless the city and its officers, agents, and employees with respect to the city's approval of development against any and all liability, claims, demands, damages, costs, expenses, and amounts paid in settlement arising from any injury and or damage in connection with the permitted development, including in terms of the approval or issuance of a coastal permit, the interpretation and or enforcement of a coastal permit, terms and conditions, or any other matter related to the coastal permit. Again, this is just stating that the private developer is responsible for any damages caused by the development that is permitted.
And I would just add very quickly that the indemnity language is usually included as a condition of approval or in the application for a permit with the city. It's in various places, and so is logically included in this acknowledgement as well.
Yes, thank you. The next bullet point is acknowledge public funds may not be available in the future to repair, maintain, and or continue to provide infrastructure and related services to the property, including roads and utilities, and that the occupancy of structures may be prohibited if such services are no longer available to serve the development, including where sewage disposal and or water systems are rendered inoperable. This is an acknowledgement that in the future, coastal hazards may damage, remove roads or other utilities to the development, and if needed, that the development will no longer be able to be occupied. The next bullet point, waive any rights that might exist under applicable law for shoreline protection structures for the duration of permitted development is present, for the duration the permitted development is present on the property. So this is the very typical California Coastal Commission policy that new development should not rely or have future shoreline protection structure. So this bullet point is written and so that if the law were to change in the future, if regulations or laws under California Coastal Commission were to change in the future related to existing development having shoreline protection structure, that would apply. So it does waive the right under the applicable code at the time.
So it's really more than an acknowledgement, it's an agreement.
Yes. And I'll just add, for development, for a coastal development permit in these areas, the development is required to do the technical reporting and to do the siting and design that were talked about in CRI 19 and CRI 20. So in theory, if those policies are applied correctly, that development should not need to rely on shoreline protection for the anticipated life of that development. It is required that it be built, it be designed to mitigate coastal hazards for that site. So really it's just an acknowledgement that your property should already be designed to not need future shoreline protection structures. And it's an acknowledgement that law in the future may not allow you to have shoreline protection structures.
And would there be an exemption for the SSREs under that? I don't remember seeing.
No, there's no exemption for the SSRAs. So the next bullet point is acknowledge the development may need to be removed and the site restored in response to future hazard conditions and or certain defined triggers identified in the LCLUP and implementing programs and or as identified by the terms and conditions of the CDP, including when deemed unsafe if land becomes impressed with a public trust interest, when within 10 feet of the bluff top edge, when within 10 feet of the mean high tide, when no longer served by necessary utilities and infrastructure, when coastal hazards would necessitate construction of a shoreline protection structure to ensure safe occupancy of the development and or as part of shoreline protection structure repair and maintenance if the development is not permitted to obtain shoreline protection. So again, this is just stating that there is the possibility that your development in the future may not be habitable. You may not be able to occupy it, and it may need to be removed and the site restored. The last bullet point.
Wait, sorry. See, so I just want to understand how it's determined that a site is that the development needs to be removed. Like whose responsibility is that? I mean, it mentions certain defined triggers identified in the LCLUP, but we've actually taken out all the triggers.
Yeah, so
and then the implementation programs we haven't done yet, right? So, yeah, so how do we decide? How would someone go about, and then who is responsible for enforcing that?
yes, thank you. So the policy itself has a few triggers, so I'll start with those. So what it starts with, if land comes to be impressed with a public trust interest, that's within 10 feet of a bluff top edge, when within 10 feet of a mean high tide. Those are triggers. When no longer served by necessary utilities and infrastructure, that's another trigger that would render that building that would need to be removed. When coastal hazards would necessitate construction of a shoreline protection structure to ensure safe occupancy of the development. So if that is ever the scenario, that development would need to be removed. And or part of shoreline protection structure repair. I'll get back to this last bullet point. But the first essential trigger that's here is when deemed unsafe. That would be the city determining that that structure is no longer safe to occupy. And so there are some defined triggers here but really it would be up to city staff to determine when that building is no longer safe, whether it's because it's near a bluff top or because it's no longer being served by required electricity, water, sewer. That is unsafe conditions that we would not allow individuals to live in that structure.
Okay, I think this might be a Denise question. The very next phrase, and I'm sure there are any number of attorneys in the audience who could clarify it, but we just can't hear from them right now. If land comes to be impressed with a public trust interest. So we hear a lot about public trust, and we hear a lot about eastward movement of the mean high tide, and the definition of private property changing when the mean high tide moves forward eastward, and it is now public trust land. So I'm wondering if you could please elaborate on that in terms of that sentence, and I think specifically comes to be impressed with a public trust interest. It's somewhat the same question as we had on the last one. Who makes that determination and when does it happen?
Yeah, and do our vulnerability maps that we're updating every 5 years actually map that level of detail so that we know? Because, yeah, I mean, like I know on the Bieber project, they mapped the public trust land, the mean high tide line that defines it. But, yeah, that's not usually done except when a project is approved, not, continuing on.
Right.
So to answer your question, I believe the city would make that determination, but likely get input from Coastal Commission staff would be my assumption, that they would be contacting city staff to identify, to explain to them that that there has been changes and this is now public trust land. And then city staff would review and take action if necessary. And the action would be some type of enforcement of these provisions, some sort of action to enforce this acknowledgement.
That sounds pretty terrifying to me, to be honest. I mean, it seems very vague, and it could happen, and the Coastal Commission will let you know.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know how this would come up.
Right?
But that's my assumption. That's why I said it was an assumption.
Yeah.
That the city staff who would enforce this? City staff would enforce it. How would they enforce it? I'm not sure, but my assumption is that they would likely be contacted by Coastal Commission staff to say, this has changed. They signed this acknowledgement. What are you going to do about it?
I just don't see how Coastal Commission staff would be seeing how the entire coastline is changing and letting us know.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Cervantes, if you have another opinion.
Thank you. Yes, so we do have a definition for public trust lands and the LCLUP. And so, yes, I agree that it's likely going to be a coordinated effort between city staff and coastal staff to determine when an area has become a public trust land and then enforcing any requirements that come along with that. We can certainly make efforts at the city level to identify when lands are becoming public trust lands, but the act of a public trust land, that is a function that the California Coastal Commission usually operates. So I think we would really need to work closely with them to ensure that we are applying that provision correctly.
Well, it seems to me the public trust doctrine covers that. I guess my real question is, do we need to put this in our LCLUP? Isn't that a bit redundant, considering we're not defining it or giving any sort of timeline or any kind of limitation? This is, if I just could remind everyone, we're on this section about assumption of risk by private owners, that was crossed out and it was changed to coastal hazard risk disclosure. But effectively, this is the hot button item that you pointed out at the beginning, deed restriction, right? And for me and my, read of this, I'm left with questions about who decides when, how much notice, how is it enforced? Do we have any other examples that we can point to explain to our public what this means?
I'm not aware of any examples.
Well, and I guess what I would add is that let's keep in mind that a big part of this process, this is the first step in a multi-year, multi-phased process, which includes very rigorous adaptation planning in future years with, twice annual measuring of coastal erosion. And the mean tide line and public trust lands is a data point that's going to be throughout those studies. And you have Coastal Commission, you have the State Lands Commission, others, people monitoring that. So if there's erosion to the extent that the mean high tide line and public trust lands moves, the city's going to learn about it if we didn't, or the project applicant didn't bring it to our attention, or this whatever study didn't bring it to our attention to begin with. And I think it's in here because it's one of the triggers for this that the state is very concerned about.
I think we're educating people that the coastline is moving, and so what may have been your property 50 years ago might not be your property today or 50 years from now, right? Because that line is moving.
Can I try to ask it a slightly different way? And maybe I'm asking it the exact same way the both of you just did, but can I take a stab at the question?
Yeah.
How does a land come to be impressed with a public trust interest?
I wonder, and Ms. Bizzano can chime in, but it seems that's a term of art, impressed by, like, public trust lands. It's a erosion, right? And as sea level rise and as the mean tide line moves inland, I would think that I guess it's a term, people say, that's how it's impressing that.
When
change the wording.
When land is converted to beach, it has become impressed. Is that what you're saying?
But no, I want to object to that or clarify, or add a further question, sorry. It's not necessarily related to erosion. I mean, you could have a seawall, you're not going to have it erode, but still the mean high tide line could move in past the line of the seawall. So that's impressing a public trust too, and in a different place. Yeah, I guess it would be helpful for us, just thinking about updating our science every 5 years that we're going to need to know, like, well, how do we know that's, in this section of town, this area is starting to become in the public trust. So it would be interesting, for me, it would be interesting to know if that's something, ESA checks on a rough scale. They're not going to be mapping individual properties, but.
Well, every 5 years as the science changes, presumably as the science changes around our area, new mapping would occur.
Right, but the mapping shows the hazard zone. It doesn't, right now it's not showing where the public trust line is. Anyway, I don't know.
I think I'm a little bit concerned that this seems to be going beyond what we had understood before was limited to the substantial structural modification, which did have a specific definition. And this sounds like anything that you obtain a CDP for. Am I right?
Yeah. And they're just warning people, right, that this is the risk. you're by the ocean, this could be happening, you acknowledge that it could be happening.
Mm-hmm.
It's not saying that your property is going to be gone in a certain period of time, or
I was
the
going back
closer
and
you
forth.
are, the more it's going to become a problem.
I was going back and forth between the definition of public trust land at packet page 640 and this, and listening to what Kevin was saying. And at first, the definition is talking about things such as navigable lakes and rivers and what was the one? Oh, fisheries. But I think Kevin's explanation of how more specifically to our coastline it might apply, sure, if due to bluff top erosion, where you had a bluff before, now it's a beach, it just got impressed as public trust interest. That connects. I had to think about it for a moment and reference the glossary, and that makes sense. And after that, it's a matter of we're asking people to acknowledge if your bluff just became a beach, things might change for you. That's the way I'm interpreting it vis-a-vis information as presently in front of me.
Okay, that makes sense for the projects, the properties that are at the bluff top within 10 feet or all of that as defined. But what about the ones that are nowhere near the bluff edge? It seems like it's applying to them the same. If they're in the hazard, what is it? The coastal vulnerability zone.
Or tsunami zone.
Or tsunami inundation zone, there we go again.
Well, yeah, but, I mean, just like here, I'm sure when we first built the seawall, the public trust land was out further, and it's a little bit closer now, right? And so when we do a project, we have to map that. I mean, it is something that shifts over time. It's just acknowledging that with sea level rise, which fortunately isn't very much in the next 50 years, but.
Right, I think that's the crux of it, is if there's a hazard there, if it's the hazard zone, then it's more likely to shift character than if not. And ultimately, I feel like what we are, or I don't know, they or we, or where it happened, the point of the thing seems to be to suggest that at some point the city may not have the wherewithal to address protection when there is such a hazard. And heaven knows we're a city that's perpetually strapped for cash. At least that's the claim we make week after week. Mm-hmm. And I've seen our budget, so I'm inclined to believe it. Mm-hmm. If at some point that hazard that we are mapping as being present should shift the nature of the land in relation to that property, I think what this is suggesting is that we're acknowledging there comes a point where the nature of the land has shifted, and that's a risk you're taking by setting up there. Am I somewhere in the right ballpark? Because okay.
Yes, I think that's right. And we'll verify about the definition of public trust lands and mean high tide, but I think that bluffs and seawalls, the mean high tide doesn't move beyond those because the tide doesn't move beyond those. So, but when there's erosion and then the tide can move further in, then the mean high tide moves and public trust land moves. So, I think that's what is being gotten at here. And if you're not on the edge, if you're not on the shoreline, this trigger is not going to apply to you.
I think that's
until you are.
But see, that's what I think I'm concerned about, because where does it say that really? It says coastal vulnerability zone. That's
right, but
that's a bigger spot than right on the bluff.
This is the laundry list of triggers, and some may end up applying to you, could potentially, but that one wouldn't.
And there's another one in the public trust lands definition, submerged lands. So if your coastal hazard is flooding, for example, and all of a sudden there's a lake there. And I don't know quite where I'm being genuine in terms of what the result of the hazard could be versus I'm trying to paint the picture with an extreme. I'm just saying that there's more to it than just bluff erosion, in that that's what this definition seems to be getting at.
Yeah.
And again, the definition of public trust lands is on page 640. There's a little bit of a list attached to it.
So maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but I thought submerged lands were very specifically delineated in a legal context. It's not like it happens. It's a very specific, it's like we've already, even when the Coastal Act was approved, there were submerged lands that were known, like up in Marin, in Tomales Bay area. And so I don't think it's a general sense. I don't know. I'm just saying I think they mean, but then I think about like, hello, Laguna Salada. I mean, these things do exist and do ebb and flow, so to say, in Pacifica. So it's important for us to really crystal clear, understand what this is saying and to whom it applies.
Well, but I think we know who would have to, I mean, we've tried to identify who has to sign this coastal hazards risk disclosure. This bullet point, or this section, is trying to identify the universe of events that could take place that could result in the property owner having to remove the development and restore the site. So we're just trying to sort of, again, paint a broad universe so that there can be restoration if these hazards occur. So it's not that we're trying to, I mean, we've already identified who has to sign this disclosure. Now we're trying to paint a broad picture of a universe in which these hazards could occur and the site has to be restored. And so, you know, it may never occur, right? Submerged lands may never occur on this site, but if it does, we want to be able to say, look, you signed this acknowledgement that says you understood that this was a risk of developing on this property, and now you need to restore the site.
Just reading the definition a little bit more has me more concerned, actually.
See? See?
Because it talks about submerged lands and historic tidelands and submerged lands that are presently filled or reclaimed and which were subject to the public trust at any time. So, yeah, Laguna Salada, it was a lagoon. The water was way further in before the berm was built. So does this apply? And are there other places that we've filled over the years? I mean, San Francisco has a ton, and the Bay Side has a ton.
Well, that would be the Bay. I mean, it's not in our jurisdiction, but yeah, there are many examples.
So ever historically been submerged lands. That's a big one.
And, you know, to your point, and I'm not trying to belabor this, I'm really not. I'm trying to put myself in the mindset of one of our citizens who comes knocking on Stephanie's door and says, I want to do this project. And she says, okay, well, you are in the you are in the coastal vulnerability zone, so here's all the things that you have to sign off on. And we can't even define them. So we're asking people to sign off on this, not without a spy decoder ring or anything else that's really delineating what they are, in advance of some future possibility. I mean, I get it. Yeah, that protects the city, but what does it do to our citizens?
Yeah.
And that's my big concern right here on this one. I mean, it just feels like we're bullet point after bullet point coming up with every single possibility. One of the things that is mentioned is utilities. When you can no longer maintain the utility, you can no longer maintain, say, the sewer lines. But somewhere else it said roads. Well, Shelter Cove, I mean, where, you know, we have examples in our town already of these kinds of things, and people live there. So is the city going to come knocking on Shelter Cove and say, we can't maintain the road, you know, the road that washed out 20 years ago, or whenever it was?
I do remember.
We're going to have you remove this house and restore the land. I mean, to me, that won't actually happen to them because they're not subject to this. But it would happen to a future person, according to what I'm reading here. Yes? If they sign this waiver, this acknowledgement, they're agreeing to that in advance, without knowledge of when and how it's going to come to be.
I mean, again, this is not forcing any development, but if someone wanted to come in and redevelop their property or build, then this is an acknowledgement, a disclosure about what they may need to do in the future. And keep in mind, I think an important point about the disclosures here is that this also achieves protections for the entire community via costly abatement that could fall to the city without such disclosures from a private property. And we have examples of that in Pacifica where there weren't these types of disclosures and commitments made, which leads to lawsuits and costly public money being spent, you know, for a private property owner that doesn't want to do the abatement that they should be doing.
And all of this is triggered by a coastal development permit, right? So if they want to develop on this land. So
Yeah.
that is the trigger,
Yeah.
right? For all of this disclosure. So someone who is in the coastal vulnerability zone doesn't have to disclose all of these things unless they're looking for a coastal development permit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Understood that.
And then it really
You got
doesn't.
it, girl. And that's where, you know, I mean, just to discuss here on the dais, what we are hearing in our inbox, what we are hearing in our, you know, phone and emails, that is potentially leading to blight, leading to people not maintaining their properties. Like, how do we balance these things? I think is the challenge I'm having. Perhaps, I mean, this is a big ask, but feel free to, you know, press the eject button and send me flying out of here. Can I have some sense of the scope? Now, I look at a map, I look at the maps that you have provided. That doesn't tell me how many homeowners, what neighborhoods. Is it 10 houses? Is it one house? Is it all the way to the highway?
Yeah.
You know, and I need some sense of scale for me to feel comfortable about going, yep, that's exactly what people need to be subjected to. I really do. I mean, I think there's some real examples that are clear, makes total sense, as Councilmember Big Stick said, bluff erosion. There's not a bluff there anymore. Now there's a beach. It doesn't exist. We know the homes and the apartment buildings. That's all very crystal clear. These other, this could happen, that could happen. The land could come to be impressed with a public trust interest. Just sign off on it. I need to have a better understanding of how many potential coastal development permits are going to come forward, right? And maybe it's going back to the map overlays.
Well, that's what I was just going to say, and a very clear map overlay, so we can actually see all the details that you're talking about. Because the map that we have now, they just blobby, there's like blobs. But I would like something like, so we could see like street level.
So I'm not clear on what you're asking. Are you asking how many properties there are in the coastal vulnerability zones?
That would be
in the
affected
coastal
by
vulnerability
and
zone?
required to sign this coastal hazards risk disclosure?
Well,
Should they come forward to develop their property? The universe
so
is
any,
500 or 2,500. Do you see my point? What is the scale?
so the question would be, for example, how many development applications, how many CDPs have we issued in the last year in coastal vulnerability zones? That would be a data point.
That would be a data point, but I don't think that's the data point that's being asked for.
That would be a data point of what did occur in, what did, people came forward and said, I want to develop my property, went through the process. I'm talking about the future potential of being able to come
Well,
forward.
you're asking us to predict development activity in the future,
No, I'm asking you to
because the trigger
Show
is a
me-
development application.
maybe on a map, maybe a bigger map that we could zero in, like Google Earth, and look at a better rendering of all of the people it's going to affect.
Are you asking for
it's
how
only
many
triggered by a
properties are
development
in the
application.
coastal vulnerability zone?
That would be subjected to this coastal hazard
Well,
risk disclosure if they wanted.
It's only triggered by a development application, and it's any development, correct me if there's some threshold on the development, but there's any development, any coastal development permit in the coastal vulnerability zone has to sign this disclosure. So if you're asking for a snapshot of, well, how many people is that? We have to predict development activity and we can't do that.
Well, are you asking?
We can look back and say, well, last year there were 25 CDPs issued for properties.
Are you asking for a list of parcels inside of the coastal vulnerability zone?
Yes.
Is it, what is the
I need to have
number
an
of
understanding of that
properties?
scale.
How many properties would be affected,
Right.
period, regardless of whether they're
And what
filed.
you're saying is, well, we don't know if they'd be affected because we don't know if they're going to want to develop. I'm saying they have a right to decide that whenever they damn want. And the question is, if they so choose, they're going to have to sign this. So I would like to have an understanding of how many properties that is. Because, okay,
Yep.
another example, not that it's really terribly helpful, but it's a start. The tsunami inundation zone map. I can look at it and see, and I think Tiger mentioned, well, it didn't look as bad as I thought it was going to, or words to that effect.
Yep.
So when I hear, I understand the coastal vulnerability zone, I understand the definition, but what does that actually look like in Pacifica's coastal zone as defined? Where are the lines? How many are included in that zone?
So just to be clear, going back, you're asking for how many properties there are, how many parcels there are in the coastal vulnerability zones or in the inundation zones, which also have to sign these disclosures.
And
Okay.
knowing that these maps are going to be updated and those areas will be less. Right, and I think that's where I'm really struggling with not having updated maps, because I think people should know if they're in the zone or not, and, to be in it and then to come out, and I don't know.
And since I would ask Ms. Cervantes and Ms. Snodgrass, since we don't have, GIS layers on that, I don't know how readily available the number of parcels in the coastal vulnerability zones are to us.
That is correct. It might take us some time with the resources that we have to determine that.
In the meantime, while we are determining that swath of affect,
Yes.
I feel like the pertinent question before us is, should any given property owner in the coastal vulnerability zone have to say to somebody else at some point, these are the hazards of living here, and it's not up to the city to bail you out, should you take it upon yourself to go that route? That seems to be what the question vis-a-vis these points is asking.
Yeah.
And whether or not these are the right definitions, but, you know, if it's read as these are the triggers, when deemed unsafe if land comes to be impressed with a public trust interest, when within 10 feet of the bluff top edge, within 10 feet of the mean high tide, et cetera. Those are the triggers.
And we're just asking people to acknowledge that the risk is there, right, by signing that. And, I mean, it doesn't affect their ability to not develop or, you know, to keep doing substantial structural modifications or anything else. It's just acknowledging that risk. And then obviously if you're selling it, you know, then the next person, which honestly they should know.
If your risk
Too,
has
if you're-
overcome your property, if your apartment
Yeah.
building is falling off the bluff, it is your responsibility to deal with it, not the city's.
Right.
At that point, it's time to remove.
And it's your responsibility to tell a future buyer, just like you have to disclose anything else that could, you know. Can I just take a step back and ask, like, where all this language came from? I'm guessing it's all from the Coastal Commission, not from us. And I attended their briefing on SB 272 and, you know, the updates to sea level rise planning. And they actually mentioned that the risk disclosure was a key thing that they're going to be asking, you know, in LCPs that comply, you know, again, to be able to get funding from 272 and so forth. So is this specific language that they are putting in LCPs all over the state, or is this something that they're working on with us in particular? Is there any room for any negotiation, or is this pretty much what their legal staff is telling us that needs to be?
Yes, thank you for that question. So the language did come, I honestly, I'm not sure, maybe a city attorney can respond, but there was a bulk of language that came, and then there was some negotiation between the two staffs that came up with this final language that's published today. It was not a, here, accept this. There was some back and forth to ensure that this language fits the needs of our city.
That's the way I remember it. There was some back and forth. I just don't remember who suggested what language and what was revised. I can certainly look back and
No, I'm just wondering if there's a specific phrase or something that I don't have any examples right now. I think I'm okay with this language, but if there is something that people want, the council wants to maybe ask about changing, is that possible at this point in negotiations with the Coastal Commission?
I mean, if there's something that council feels strongly about, we can ask. Keep in mind that the language that you have here mainly is stuff that coastal staff has reviewed, so they don't have further comments
And we've
on it.
reviewed, as
Right, and
Lisa said.
we've
for-
reviewed with them, so we're in agreement on the staffs are in agreement on this, but if there's some particular language, then we need to take that back through another iteration and see what coastal staff says about it, or impose it and see what the commission says about it when they make a decision.
Okay. I don't have anything specific. Just wanted to know what was possible.
Thank you for asking that. I don't think I have anything more to say on this right now. I mean, I'm talked out. It is just something that I need to have here's my request. I need to have a better understanding of the magnitude of the import of this policy. These are the neighborhoods, those are the streets, these are the houses. To be able to put it in scope. And if you tell me it's everybody, you know, where the houses don't exist anymore, I'm going to be, oh yeah, I get it. But if you tell me it's, you know, all the way back to the highway, then I'm going to be like, wait a minute, where's, you know, how are we making this assessment? Because this is a lot to ask people to sign off. And I hear your point.
Yeah, so-
Or what? So that, you know, we don't do it and then the whole city and every citizen has to pay for some, you know, because there was no policy to say otherwise? No.
So, but I just want to make sure that staff is communicating clearly about this. these risk disclosures apply to any property in a coastal vulnerability zone, and those are mapped, and we can try to find out how many properties that is, that wants to do development and needs a coastal development that needs a coastal development permit to do their development. And the tsunami inundation zones. The disclosure applies to both of those. That's the universe of potential property owners that this disclosure applies to. The risk impact might be more severe for someone who's right on the shoreline versus someone who's further inland a block in the coastal vulnerability zone, but that's the potential for who this disclosure applies to. And we've said this before, but when projects are appealed or coastal has jurisdiction over those approvals, they require this anyway. So there's a bunch of CDPs that have been issued with these disclosures already in Pacifica and elsewhere. So that's not usual. That's not unusual.
You know, we've had this conversation before. I hear what you're saying, and yes, that's true. And that's sort of like the 100th move in the process of somebody wanting to develop their property. Because by the time they've landed with a Coastal Commission appeal, they've done the technical reports, they've done the engineering, they've done the architecture, they've got their project planned, and there is, you know, they're far down the road in terms of expense, in terms of investment of their psychic energy, if nothing more than their money and their time. And I think you're in a different position in your willingness and understanding about, well, these are your conditions of approval. Take it or leave it. And we're talking about day one, when you're starting your process. We're just putting this in right now. Because eventually, if you do it and it's appealed and it ends up appealed to the Coastal Commission, they're going to do it anyway, right? That's what you just said. Am I right?
We're not suggesting doing that because coastal would require that anyways. That's not the premise for why this is in here. You know, what I think a version of what you just said is we're being very transparent about what requirements are and all the requirements, the benefits, the things that are being imposed. That's what this modernized LCLUP is trying to achieve for Pacifica, is transparency rather than uncertainty. If you're a property owner and you've invested $100,000 and you've gotten to the 11th hour on your project and you're before the Coastal Commission and it gets denied, you've lost all that money. Here, you're bringing transparency and certainty to a process, and that's what fuels investment in people's decisions, good financial decisions about what to do with their property.
I served on the Planning Commission when that property off of Paloma was approved and then followed it every step of the way.
1567 Beach?
I just watched the Coastal Commission meeting for that this week.
You know, and that was heart-wrenching. I had very specific reasons for not voting for it on Planning Commission that had nothing to do with this and had everything to do with, you know, my visceral appreciation of our infrastructure, and didn't even think about what they would have to experience through Coastal Commission. And I don't know what the experience of council who heard that on appeal was, that they came to the conclusion, well, we're going to pass it through. And then coastal staff said, well, let's reduce it down to 3 units from like 7 or whatever it was. And then Coastal Commission killed it. Because, you know, I haven't even gotten to that part yet. I've been trying to pay attention to Coastal Commission themselves and build those relationships and, you know, appreciate the way they work, independent of their staff. And without even, observing from a very far distance and just hearing by word of mouth, I got to observe that Coastal Commission themselves disagreed with their staff to the point of summarily executing a development project, a block away. And so perhaps that property owner would have been well served by looking dead in the eye of these disclosures that they are necessary for that development to say, okay, this is what's what on my property, because by the time it gets there, if I've acknowledged that and then tried to design my property in these terms, because these are the hazards that apparently whether or not we upgrade it or update it with our LCLUP or not, by the time it gets to Coastal Commission, they'll be acutely aware of the probable hazards, if not the specific ones, and they'll just summarily dismiss. I think this might be a tool and an asset to somebody trying to develop if it's going to wind up at the Coastal Commission's feet one way or the other.
I just want to agree with you from the point of working in development. What developers want is certainty and knowing what the restrictions are. To have something wishy-washy, that's a lot harder. Like maybe you can get away with this, and then you're spending so much time and then maybe you have to go back in the end. So if you know the hazards and you're designing to those, I watched that meeting. The commissioners didn't feel that the hazards were properly addressed, and especially the hazards of circulation. And, staff said, well, yeah, you could maybe redesign the project, but there was nothing left to approve by the time they were done, not just keeping the back building, but the whole road and access was going to have to be different. So how could you approve something when you don't actually have a plan that you're approving?
And right now, when a project like that comes before the city says, well, we don't want to run the risk of being sued over a taking. And so we're going to find a way to make it work that we think will pass muster by the time it gets there. And then our public, because they pay attention, and while some of our public are very intent on their private property rights, their neighbor isn't necessarily as intent on their property rights and will appeal that same exact development to the point that it winds up at Coastal. And I'm not saying that'll happen with every project every time, but I'm saying I can point to a very specific example that I got in on the ground level for to see how it went up in dust. And through this mechanism, okay, fine, it seems overly constrictive from one perspective, but from another perspective, it could give a sure warning that instead of you're going to put all this work into it to see it go up in dust, here's what you get to prepare for if you want to see this come to fruition. Maybe this gives a developer a fighting chance, frankly, and just, different perspective. By the way, it's 10:52.
I know. I was just noticing that.
I was just going to mention that.
All right. Stephanie, if you would, remember when we talked about this like a week ago? And you said, well, it all depends on how long it takes you to get through these different things. And we're on the first one.
This is the second one. It is.
Okay, we're on the second one.
Did we finish reading all the bullet points of this one? I'm not sure we did. Actually.
Well, what's making this so hard is we are talking about hazards, and hazards are scary. And if I owned property in a hazard zone, this would not make me feel good. But then there's the realities of what we're going to be facing in the future, and that's hazard.
Well, and some of those realities are there now, like 1567.
And specifically, these are the deed restrictions that the community is really super concerned about. And I'm hearing you, and I'm seeing the other perspective and trying to figure out what's what. I think that the question in terms of our time tonight is, do we think that we're going to be able to get a little bit further in the document? Do you all have the energy? And I'm staring at Mary Beer right now because, and despite having a 5 a.m. shift tomorrow morning, I am willing to stay here another hour if we think we can make a little bit more headway. So I leave it to my fellows.
I move we extend the meeting till midnight.
I will second.
Please vote.
Never gonna happen
Hope I
again.
pushed the button.
Keep saying
And with the motion, I believe, made by Councilmember Beer, seconded by Big Stick. Motion passes 4-0, with Butter loss absent.
Yes, thank you. So if there's no further discussion, I can move on to the next modification.
Did we get to the last bullet point there?
We did.
Okay, cool. I'm good.
All right, so modification 6.45A. This is for the policy regarding bluff-based development. And so there are some alternative modifications that were added to this policy to allow native bluff landscaping, public recreational access, and other improvements and critical infrastructure to the bluff faces. Are there any comments or questions?
I'm fine with that.
All right, our next modification is to the policy substantial structural modifications. So this policy has remained generally the same, except I'm forgetting which council meeting, but there was a council meeting where it was discussed that nonconformities related to non-coastal resource issues may be maintained at the discretion of the decision-making body so long as they do not lead to significant impacts to coastal resources. That sentence is to protect some nonconformities that are not related to coastal hazards, so that could be development standards that are not related to coastal hazards, or even uses in some instances. And we currently, in our implementation plan in the zoning ordinance, we do have provisions that allow for permitted nonconformities to remain under certain circumstances, or even to be expanded under certain circumstances with the approval of a use permit. So this sentence would allow the city to continue that practice of allowing nonconformities, as long as they're not impacting coastal resources, to remain or to have minor expansions. Our next modification.
I'm sorry, there might be a little typo just in the first sentence. When proposed modifications to a existing structure, I don't know if that's supposed to be an existing or a structure, yeah.
I think it means a structure.
Yes.
Because we took away references to existing and
yeah.
new versus, new development isn't referenced, it's just development, right?
Mhm.
All right, moving on to modification 6.47. This is habitat sea level rise mitigation buffers.
And this isn't one that the Coastal Commission commented on. I know they had comments about the buffers, I think for Esha and creeks.
Those comments were not in relation to this policy. It was in relation to additional policies.
Okay.
The reason that this is included, previously city staff had proposed a modification that read the overall buffer area shall include both sea level rise and habitat buffer. But at the May 23rd meeting, staff was directed to remove that proposed alternative modification and keep the Coastal Commission suggested modification.
Okay, thanks.
The next modification is 6.47A to policy subdivision limitations. The proposed modification is to remove the phrase update the zoning ordinance to and replace it with prohibit the division of shoreline property that creates hazardous or unbuildable parcels due to erosion. Moving on to 6.47B. So previously, staff had proposed a alternative modification And we are proposing that we remove that old, oh, I'm sorry, this is a proposed modification that was suggested by coastal staff, I believe, and we are proposing that we remove it. Modification 6.48, this is the beach nourishment policy that has been moved to the beginning of the chapter. Modification 6.49 to existing shoreline protection structures. This policy applies to existing legally permitted shoreline structures, and it details some language that would allow for repair and maintenance of the city's existing shoreline protection structures. There are some alternative modifications. The most important would be the last sentence, which states modifications to existing shoreline protection structures which fall within the limitations of an exclusion contained in the definition of substantial structure modifications shall be considered to be allowed without the above-mentioned considerations. So as you'll see in the beginning of the policy, in the middle of the policy, there is a reference to any replacement material of excess of 50%, and so we just wanted to clarify that anything below that 50% is that is an exclusion in the SSM definition is allowed.
So I'm just confused. Is this, again, I was assuming that all the red underline were Coastal Commission changes that our staff had agreed on, but is there an alternate modification that we're proposing that the Coastal Commission does not agree with? Maybe not, you're just saying it corrects references. So it all turned red, right, in this last version, which I thought meant that it was the Coastal Commission's comment, so I'm still a little confused.
Yeah, so previously staff had not proposed any alternative modifications to this policy. So the reason that that third column is all red is because now we are proposing alternative modifications.
Okay. And then I had asked a question about legally permitted shoreline protection structures. It's one thing to legally permit something, but then sometimes permits expire. So I don't know if we need a little clarification to say, with current valid permits.
I think the legally permitted would cover that.
That's what I think.
Because anything that, if the permit has expired, it's no longer legally permitted.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question about this in terms of, what we mean by shoreline protection structures. In terms of, basically what I understand this to be saying is legally permitted shoreline protection structures may be repaired and maintained. That's already in 30235 of the Coastal Act, right? But what's different in this policy now is that until the development they're protecting is removed or redeveloped. Am I right? Or was that already there and I just missed it before?
So that specific phrase is already there. There was a suggested modification from coastal staff that added or redevelopment pursuant to the definition of SSM.
Or redevelopment pursuant to the definition of SSM. Okay, can you say more about that?
Yeah, so essentially what that's saying is, as we discussed before, when a development triggers that definition of SSM, so it triggers that 50% trigger, it's now considered new development. And so thus it does not qualify for protection of existing or protection of shoreline protection structures. And so that would be the same as development.
Okay. I think the thing I'm questioning about this is when we talk about seawalls or large protection structures, they don't generally, I mean, in Malibu they do, but around here, they don't generally pertain to one property, right? So I'm wondering how this is, how this would be implemented. I'm trying to imagine how this would be implemented. And maybe I'm just thinking too big. I'm thinking like a whole seawall is going to be removed because this one house is.
No, because, I mean, the whole seawall, the city has permitted to protect the infrastructure, right?
Right.
So that's different. So, but if, I'll just give 1112 Palmetto as an example, so that even, I don't know, theirs wasn't legally permitted or finalized, but, you know, if you're remodeling that house, let's just say, and it wasn't falling into the ocean as it is, but, so if you're doing a remodel that's 50% or more as a substantial structural modification, then you would have to take out that armoring that's currently there, because the new development can't rely on that. So your rocks that you put in front of your property, that's how I'm reading that. But maybe Stephanie can confirm.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you heard that example.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Could you say that again?
Okay, so I was just giving, so as an example, if, so there's a house off of Palmetto, assuming it hasn't been red tagged and isn't falling in the ocean, but if they wanted to do a remodel of that property and it constituted, and there's a rock revetment in front of it now, if they wanted to do a substantial structural modification to that house, then they would be required to take out the revetment. Or they might be required. It has to be evaluated, right? There's lots of caveats in the evaluation.
Yes, that's correct. They may be required to remove the existing shoreline protection.
Does that change if they're in a SSRA?
Well, the SSRA doesn't have any protection that's for a private house.
Oh, that's true.
Right.
Okay.
All right, if there are no other questions, I'll move on to the next modification.
I don't have any further questions on that at this point.
All right, so modification 6.51, this pertains to new shoreline protection structures. So we did add an alternative modification that which is there in red, which includes including existing public roads and sewer lines if necessary. And staff is also proposing to change the phrase erosion to coastal hazards. Modification 6.52, this pertains to the authorization limits of shoreline protection structures. There are no alternative modifications to this. Modification 6.53. This is just an internal consistency change that was made to this policy to reflect the new name for one of the policies and to add the additional policy that's at the end of this chapter. And then modification 6.54, this is a new policy. that was crafted in coordination with California Coastal Commission staff that relates to emergency shoreline protection structures and the issuance of emergency coastal development permits. So the city currently does have the ability to issue emergency coastal development permits for certain types of work. This policy does complement that. It does outline some additional requirements, and it clarifies that a regular CDP application is needed in order to do a permanent approval of that emergency work.
And I mean, that's a coastal commission requirement right now, isn't it? But I think a lot of people don't, right? Because there's not enforcement of that currently.
That is correct. Currently in our implementation plan, it does list the requirements for obtaining a full conditional use, or sorry, I'm getting my acronyms messed up at this hour. It does require that the applicant get a coastal development permit for any emergency work. That is currently a requirement, but yes, there's not a lot of follow-up, and then depending on the type of work that is done, sometimes applicants are unable to submit that application, that regular application, within that time frame. So there are certain things that, communications that need to occur as well.
And I was concerned about the 60 days, actually.
Well, it
Within
does say
60 days following construction of the temporary structure. I mean, this is getting like your survey and your mean high tide line and mapping your utilities and, you know, all your application that you have to do. And I know it says the planning director can extend it with good cause, but that just seems really hard and almost impossible.
Including good faith efforts towards submittal of such application. So if you're waiting on technical reports, it seems to me that would fall into that category. What is your thought?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. What do you think about that, Christine? Or did you have
A suggestion.
another
No,
suggestion?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, did that 60 days come from the Coastal Commission?
I've heard that
I
before.
mean, it can take you 30 days just to hire a consultant, much less do the work.
So I'm looking at section 94403, I think that's what, 944307. And that is the zoning code section that describes the coastal development permit process. And for emergency coastal development permits, it also specifies that the 60-day period. So it's already in the code. So it's probably that. Oh, I'm sorry, that 60 days is the expiration for the permit. The code actually requires 30 days for submittal of an application.
Yeah, I just think it's impossible. So you're going to spend a lot more staff time talking to them to try to get extensions.
So it sounds like your thought is it should be longer.
If they allow us to, I think just to be even just 90 days would be helpful, but that's even really pushing it.
How far does this deviate from the normal practice that we have when it comes to emergency? Or is there a normal practice in the case of emergency shoreline protection?
Do you mean in terms of the number of days between the issuance of an emergency coastal development permit and the required regular coastal development permit?
Yeah.
It's the same. It's 60 days. So our current implementation plan in the zoning ordinance states that the emergency coastal development permit is valid for 60 calendar days from the date of issuance by the director. The director may extend an emergency permit for an additional 60 days if a coastal development permit application is on file but has not been processed.
So that's already our standard practice.
Correct.
Okay. So can I ask, I mean, so I've been asking, how many emergency shoreline protection structures do we have that didn't follow through with their CDPs? And I've been told we don't know. But we're the ones who process all those, not the Coastal Commission directly.
It's been a mixture. So the city has issued some emergency coastal development permits, but California Coastal Commission has issued some as well in the city of Pacifica.
And will that continue to be the process? I mean, I'm just like, who's in charge and who is following up to make sure that, a full CDP is being issued in the future? And I'm assuming we're not backtracking against the ones that never did that work at this point?
Yeah, so it would be the responsibility of the agency that's approved the emergency coastal development permit. And from experience, definitely the California Coastal Commission is the one that's more enforcing that more, just due to the resources that they have. But staff also follows up on those as well for the permits that we issue.
Okay, so for example, 1112 Palmetto, I read the real estate disclosures, and the Coastal Commission has filed so many letters of violation about their armoring and was even threatening to charge like daily fines. But I don't know if any of that actually happens or.
Quick question, Mr. Cervantes. So this section is related to shoreline protection structures. Do we issue the CDPs or emergency CDPs for the shoreline protection, or coastal does?
Again, it depends on where that structure is proposed to be located. There are some instances where the city may have permit jurisdiction, but not a lot, but some.
Okay, but if it's revetment on the beach, probably not. That's
correct.
Coastal.
Okay. But then if they're approving a permit, they would at least be notifying us so we could start tracking that even if we haven't been in the past, hopefully.
I believe we do get notified on all emergency coastal development permits. I'm not sure who at the city gets notified, but eventually they do make their way to community development.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just worried because these things happen, and then the property gets sold, and, then it's the next person, and, meanwhile, that property's been red tagged since 2016, and all that revetment is still there, and, okay. Anyway, I'm happy to see some policies that there's more enforcement for
Tightens
emergency
it up.
permits.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Moving on to 6.55. This is a policy related to the Shark Park Golf Course that previously was in the sub-area sections and has been moved to the end of this section. So this is the Shark Park Golf Course policy that states strongly support the city and county of San Francisco's ability to provide public access along the coast, protect environmentally sensitive habitat area, and provide flood protection. All right, moving on to modification 6.56. Yes, 1 second.
And so this is starting the SRAs, and there's actually a whole introductory paragraph in the book that's not in the table that I think it might be helpful to read also on old packet page. I don't know, old packet page 285.
601.
601, thank you. Tiger.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to start with, it actually doesn't have a modification number, but it's the heading of the shoreline, the special shoreline resiliency areas. This is the introductory paragraph. It used to be in another place in this chapter. It's been moved, the entirety of the shoreline protection resilience, special shoreline resiliency area policies has been moved to the end of the chapter. And so this paragraph is just an introductory that provides some information as to why these two areas have been chosen, and it references the two specific areas. So starting with the first policy in this section, that's modification 6.56. This is a policy related to public infrastructure along the shoreline and special resiliency areas. And this policy allows public infrastructure, including public roads, sidewalks, parking areas, access ways, water and sewer infrastructure on the immediate oceanfront of the special resiliency areas per the maps shall be consistent with the all LCP provisions except that to establish the safety and stability of the proposed development. Such development may rely on the shoreline protection structure that is existing at the time of application and or that is proposed in the same permit application as the infrastructure itself. And so as we've spoken about before, the SSRAs allow development to rely on the existing shoreline protection structures that are existing at the time. This specific policy is for public infrastructure, which under the definition of development is considered development in certain instances. Are there any questions on this specific policy? All right, moving on to the next modification, 6.52. This is essentially the same policy, but it is for development directly inland of public infrastructure in the special resiliency shoreline areas.
I'm sorry, did you say 6.52?
I'm sorry, 6.57.
Thank you.
I think we should read these. I'm happy to give you a break. If you like.
I can do it. Do you want me to go ahead and do it, Mr. Vantas?
Yes, please.
Is that okay, Ms. Councilmember Bowles?
Sure, yeah.
So 6.57. Notwithstanding policy CRI2, development located directly inland of the public infrastructure on the immediate oceanfront of the special shoreline resilience areas mapped in figures 6.3, 6-3 and 6-4 may rely on a shoreline protection structure in that area that is existing at the time of the permit application to help demonstrate that its setbacks meet the requirements of policy CRI-19 and CRI-20, in addition to meeting the requirements of policy CRI-21. Such development shall be conditioned to require the applicant to acknowledge that the development's long-term safety may be based in part on shoreline protection structures located seaward of the development, which may or may not be effective and or be maintained and or be present in the future. In this, that's it.
Are there any questions on this policy?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to sort through my thoughts.
I'm
Struggling to, and it's all referring to these other policies, and I don't remember what those policies are.
May or may not. I know.
How do I understand
The
this
may or
late
may
at
not,
night?
like, just, I don't understand.
So, I mean, just the basic definition of where this applies has me confused. So, development located directly inland of the public infrastructure. So just thinking of Sharp Park, you know, all right, we have that seawall directly inland on the immediate ocean front of the special shoreline resiliency areas mapped, may rely, blah, blah, blah. So I know our maps have a line and without a backstop to the line, but immediate oceanfront to me implies just the strip, the first strip, not that far back.
I know. And I think that was a change in the last go-around, when the policies all got reordered. But I'm not positive of that.
I think it's saying
Can you help us with that,
directly.
Ms. Cervantes?
Infrastructure from the immediate.
It's referring to the infrastructure. Sorry, I think it's
So not
referring to the infrastructure
Not the shoreline
that's
protection structure, but the infrastructure
on the
that it's
immediate ocean
protecting.
front.
Is that right?
Development
so it
located
says-
directly inland of the public infrastructure.
It says development, yeah.
Public infrastructure on the immediate ocean front.
Yeah,
Special
public
resilience.
infrastructure on the immediate ocean
Oh,
front.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
So it's only the infrastructure in Beach Boulevard and not any further infrastructure in Palmetto, for example?
Yes.
Part of one of the definitional requirements of the SSRA is that there's public infrastructure right there
Right.
on the ocean front.
But what I guess what this is saying is that the SRAs, I mean, I know at some point they stopped really helping, right? Because the hazards aren't there too, but we don't have an end line, but there really is an end line if it's not going to the next street, right? If it's just the first street of infrastructure. I don't know.
I'm sorry, say
It's-
that again.
It's anything it's anything that's inland from that public infrastructure line.
The public infrastructure on the immediate oceanfront, not public infrastructure that is further back.
Yeah, so yes, exactly. So it's talking about, there's seawall that protects public infrastructure, and anything directly inland from that, that's in a coastal vulnerability zone, because it doesn't apply otherwise, is what this refers to, right?
Yes, correct.
And that's not just limited to Beach Boulevard. I think that's what your point is it could apply to structures on the next block.
Correct.
Correct.
It could apply to Palmetto.
On the immediate, of the, directly inland of the public infrastructure on the immediate oceanfront. So I don't think it would count infrastructure further back.
Mapped.
Right, but it's talking about everything that's inland from that public infrastructure that's on the immediate ocean front.
The development located directly inland. Maybe it's the word directly that's
Yeah,
throwing you.
it's not saying
Exactly.
everything inland, it's saying what's right
Yeah,
behind it.
Yeah, if we got rid of directly, that would help.
So can
That
you
was
tell,
actually added by coastal commission staff that directly.
Interesting.
that was added in the last iteration? I feel like it was amended.
Yeah, I think fairly recently, but I would defer to Ms. Cervantes on that.
I think maybe they're referring to sort of the straight line back from the seawall and public infrastructure, not angularly back. That wouldn't be directly inland, right?
Yes, I believe that's where the distinction is, that there's a line, and it's everything directly behind that line going inland.
6.3 and 6.4.
Okay. And then, yeah. And then to help demonstrate that its setbacks meet the requirements. Can you explain that as, and maybe we have to look at the policies in relation to that. So it's not a hazard analysis necessarily, it's just where the building is located in relation to the oceanfront hazards? What are they asking for in the analysis, I guess? What does that mean there?
So what it would mean for CRI 19, which is the technical reporting, is that that reporting can rely on the shoreline protection structure in that area that is existing at the time of permit application to help demonstrate that it meets the setbacks required for CRI 20, which is the siting and design requirements.
So setbacks really relate to the hazards, right?
Yes, it's not a development standard setback.
Okay, and then again sorry, I keep moving my microphone. We were talking about developer certainty, but acknowledge that it's based on shoreline protection structures that may or may not be effective and/or maintained or be present in the future. So I'm still not clear on how the analysis is done to know if the shoreline protection is effective. And the reason I was watching the 1567 Beach Boulevard hearing and reading that staff report again, if you remember I think it was at the last meeting when Christian was still here, he mentioned that there was a project that had been analyzed for the existing shoreline protection. And so I think that's the one. So even without these policies here, there seemed to be a path forward to analyze the existing shoreline protection for the project.
I don't remember that. I remember that they had to design it and have technical reports as if the seawall wasn't there. There were 4 geotechnical reports, 2 by the applicant. So again, you have to hire people that are really specialized. They analyzed the seawall and they also dug to understand how the connections were there. And correct me if I'm wrong, anybody who actually was here during that time, and Tiger was looking at the meeting. But so they did all this analysis and they said that the seawall down there had a 40-year life. And then the city's geotechnical engineer, so 2 other geotechnical engineers from the city that I assume the applicant paid for, had to sign off on that. So they agreed that the seawall had a 40-year life, and then his setbacks were based on that. Now, the 40-year life wasn't the whole life of the building. Right. Right? So it was 75. So what the Coastal Commission presentation did was to say, okay, we'll accept that the seawall can protect you for 40 years, but for the next 35, here's what the hazards do, and therefore this is what your setback needs to be. That was, I think, 105. So it's all so weird.
But doesn't that still boil down to analysis without shoreline protection?
No, they actually analyzed the seawall.
So
in
the
these
premise
reports.
was if the seawall actually could live for 100 years, then they would have been fine with the development. That's what you're saying?
I guess, but
I didn't watch that meeting, so I
but
don't
part
know.
of it, I mean, there's 2 things that bother me here. One, that the engineers, all 4 of them, decided that this seawall out here had a 40-year life in 2020, when GHD has told us something very different, and obviously it's been failing. So this is part of my concern about these whole policies, is that developers will be trying to cut corners, right? And you can always hire someone to say whatever you want to say. How do we know that this armoring is really going to provide the protection and provide the protection for the life of the project? Because even the new seawall, we have all the documentation, the engineers are stamping it off, you got a project submitted the next day. It's only being designed to last 50 years, right? So then what happens for the next 25? Right.
I mean, so the reason I voted no on that project was because of the very visceral understanding of the sinkholes that continuously form behind the retaining wall that sits behind us. And the fact that there was not a second way out of the property should a very, very dire worst-case scenario happen where we have another ridiculous storm, the sinkhole forms right there in that area, someone's having a heart attack and needs to get to the emergency room. And in my mind in that moment, and I've said it before, the thought was if somebody dies because of this retaining wall and that hazard, I can't live with myself. But if there had been a second way out. So the point is that I was very public about what this wall's problems are. I think that there is a lot of documentation about what this wall's problems are. What I don't know is if it's to be rebuilt and we have that 50-year time frame. Okay, presumably it's legitimately 40 years, 50 years, whereas before that analysis, I can't conceive of 40 years when it didn't last 40 minutes after it was built. But let's assume that it was built to a 50-year standard. Well, there's stuff in here that says we can maintain it, and that might inform the life past the 50 years. But we also don't have that development in front of us right now, and we don't know whether or not the setback will be more than what was initially proposed. I voted against it for one reason. I don't remember if my fellow commissioner voted for it accordingly, but then it went to council. And you had 2 council members who voted against it for reasons that may not have been what ours were. And after that, if it's a different development with a different greater setback that might actually meet the 75-year threshold in conjunction with the 50-year seawall. So, to borrow from staff's parlance more or less, when you get down to specific development, things change. I agree with you. Maybe the engineers that looked at that were off the mark a little bit when they concluded that that seawall would protect it for 40 years.
Yeah, I guess my concern is, basically this is a gift for developers, right? We're telling them you can rely on what's here, that the city has built, that we are maintaining, though we're not promising we're going to maintain it forever, so you've got to take that risk, right? So, if I was a developer, I wouldn't take that risk. But also, there are good developers, and then there are the shady developers who just want to make a quick profit, who will try to build something cheaply and then sell it to some, person who's less discerning, and then, oh, wait, the building doesn't last the 75 years that you think it designed. It might only last 20. And, oh, look, all of a sudden, now you've, if it's your foundations that you haven't built properly because you haven't analyzed that, that's not an easy fix, right?
Could that be said of a shady developer in another part where that's not a specific concern? You're right, it could be construed as a gift to developers, but it also could be construed as protecting this larger swath of our community while we figure out exactly what adaptive strategies we'll need to best suit that which we are. And in terms of a shady developer, that could exist anywhere, and a poorly made structure could exist anywhere.
I don't see how this is protecting our community, because, how, maybe you can explain what you mean. How does this policy protect our community?
Sorry, I thought we were talking generally about SSRA.
Well,
and
okay.
In general terms, the way it protects our community is that we have, without that protective structure, a lot of vulnerability in this area. And I'm not just talking about immediately along Beach Boulevard.
Yeah, so the presence of the seawall is a whole different topic, right? It's there now, and we're going to try to replace it, and we've been told that these policies don't help or hurt that, right? So
sure, the topic of replacing the seawall is a different topic, but the topic of the seawall we have directly pertains.
I agree, but what this is doing, it has nothing to do with the seawall or whether it gets replaced or not. It has to do with letting projects rely on that armory, right?
Right.
And so that is not necessarily, where is the public benefit to allowing the developer of that project to rely on the seawall?
Well, to your point, let me ask Ms. Cervantes. If somebody were to develop the Paloma site, you said 1656?
1567.
1567. It's not there, therefore it's not emblazoned in my head. If they were to develop 1567 today, acknowledging that there is armoring there, would it be in terms of the current degradation to that part of the seawall and what we expect the life of it to be?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So policy says there's armoring there, so you can build in terms of there's armoring being there. But that armoring, we know, it has a life expectancy to it, given the life it's already experienced. And so where does that factor in to the equation of there's already armoring there?
Yes, thank you. So one of the things I mentioned in my initial presentation is that for all the technical reporting, it's anticipated that essentially the assumptions, the variables that will go into those technical reports will be in the implementation plan, either through a zoning ordinance or through some additional policy or memo that will essentially allow the city to determine what the assumptions would be. So we would consult with geotechnical engineers, our engineering division, with California Coastal Commission staff to determine what is the remaining life of our existing seawall. What can we assume are the protections that it provides due to height, due to what we expect to be maintenance and repair. And so that will be what applies to all these projects. So it will not be individual developers determining what the remaining life of the seawall is. It will be the city determining what that remainder life of the seawall is. And it will apply the same to everybody in this area.
So here we're saying that any development that happens is in conjunction with the protection we already have. When we actually implement it, that's when we study what that really means.
I'm sorry, again, can you repeat that question?
We have a policy that says there's protection. You get to develop in terms of the protection you have. When we get to the implementation plan, we get a little closer and we say, and what that protection you actually have is this.
Yes, correct.
And this is what it's going to look like when we might have to get rid of it, right? Like all those adaptation strategies, in my opinion, the SSRAs allow us to at least protect for a little while we have an opportunity to plan the adaptation.
It has nothing to do with protection. It has to do with allowing more development in these hazardous areas. That's my concern. And we were told before that the city would not be defining this, that the applicants had to do their investigations with their geotechnical engineers. I'm even more worried if the city is signing off saying that seawall has this remaining life. And especially, I mean, the rock revetment at Nix, how are you going to say what life that is? And we don't even have any, we don't even have the right to maintain it. It's not our structure. I think that's really dangerous legally because you're making a promise, aren't we, city attorney? If we're giving a life of the infrastructure and the revetment or seawall that's there, then we're making a legal promise to a developer who's relying on that information to design his project.
Right. I hear what you're saying, but I wouldn't characterize it as a promise. I'm sure there would be some analysis that staff does that is typical for any project that we review and approve. And also, there's these policies that say you're relying on it. It may or may not last the life that you expect it to last.
I can't see any developer wanting to use that.
And I would add, just wrapping it back to the hazard disclosure, the hazard disclosure, which they will sign, says that that protection may not be there, and the city may not maintain that. In the case of the seawall, we know we intend to replace that, and the life will be much longer with a new one.
Who's going to spend millions of dollars with no, to rely on these policies with no promises?
The point here is to allow flexibility for property owners to determine what it is that they want to do with their property.
Right, not necessarily like developers, but property owners.
Mm-hmm. But it also pertains to developers.
Yeah.
I mean, the Shore Park specific plan is in this vicinity, right?
But the Shore Park specific plan increased development on Palmetto, which is not in the hazard areas.
Right.
So
I keep forgetting.
I don't think that really, I mean,
Right.
we talked about it before. It's that lot there and it's this property here. And, I mean, I can tell you right now, the owner of 1567 isn't relying on this. He's doing his own engineering. He's talking to the Coastal Commission. He can build something within the setbacks, is what he's been hearing. So he doesn't need these policies. This building here is set back even further. I don't think we need these policies. But my question is, how are these really going to be used? Is it worth all the investment? Because we're having to do a lot to offset them also, that
Right.
we're going to get.
And the
to.
mitigations with the
So-
coastal management plan and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
I think these are the important things to understand about how they could really be used, and if it's really an economic help to the city, that offsets that.
I appreciate the question, and I think it's taking us to that next level of nuance. SSRA seems like a great idea on the face, and you're kind of probing and peeling away a next layer of the onion. Well, what does that really mean? And exactly what does it protect? And it kind of goes back to my thing about the hazards, the vulnerability zone. I don't know where the line is exactly.
Right.
Personally, you might have a better idea. But what I wanted to say was the design life or the remaining life that you referred to, that would be determined in the course of establishing the implementation policies. Let's say, I mean, we had the previous example, it was 40 years, right, in 2020.
And the city signed off on that.
And let's say it's 30 years. So in terms of development, a building's lasting longer than 30 years. In the example you gave before, they had to address the remainder of the useful life of the building without that seawall there,
Right, exactly.
right? Mm-hmm. And so your question
So is
is.
it really helpful?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm leading up to. That's what you're saying, is it really helping us? Well, staff, is it?
Yes, I'll just say that in the conversations I've had with developers, really, and I think some of the council members have said it, they really want certainty. So whether that certainty is for 25 years, 50 years, that's really what they're looking for. I think this allows property owners, potential developers to really make a decision to identify, if I build in this area with the protection provided by this existing shoreline protection structure, I know because the city provided some information that the remaining life of that wall is 20 years, 25 years, whatever that is. I know that what I can invest, and I know that I'm going to have that investment for that time period. Whether the city decides that we want a new seawall, whether we even get a new seawall permitted, yes, that may not be guaranteed in that future time point, but at least you know that for this time period, that is a guarantee that that remaining wall, that there's some remaining life there. So that's really what we're trying to convey, is that flexibility to allow people to be able to use their property for some time period without saying right now, sorry, you cannot develop, you cannot remodel, you cannot do anything to your property.
But nobody is saying that. You just have to design to the hazards, right? Just like the guy at 1567 is doing. And I mean, you said the developer wants certainty, but then we're saying at the end, this armoring that you're relying on may or may not be effective, may or may not be maintained, and may or may not be present in the future. So there's no certainty there if that's what you're signing off on.
But again, we're talking about a time period. So we're trying to make it so that there is a certainty for a time period.
Happens if we say it has a 20-year remaining life, but we don't do the required maintenance? I mean, it may not last 20 years. That's why I'm worried that we're promising something that we can't necessarily say that we're going to.
And again, I think the point is, we're not promising anything. We're being very transparent about what is being offered here in the benefit of being able to design a project, counting on the protection. I'd like to just jump ahead. I think we mentioned this before, but the SSRAs have these policies have an expiration date of 20 years from now, unless otherwise continued amended in a future LCLUP amendment. So this is a 20-year approach to allow this benefit to property owners, this option to property owners. Property owners don't have to choose to do their analysis this way. If the owner of 1567 wants, to just do a minimal thing that doesn't rely on any seawall there, that's their choice to do that. If they have the option to build more, get more return on their investment, create more housing in the city for the 20 years or 30 years or 40 years or 50 years, that's their choice as well. We want to provide options for property owners, and the concept of the SSRAs achieves that, and there's no guarantee about the future or that SSRAs 20 years from now could be used in our LCLUP for development, but we're being very transparent about the timelines and the disclosures that are required and what could happen in the future, and business people make business decisions based on that.
But in the meantime, we have to come up with a mitigation program and start doing those projects just to have those as an option for a developer to use, whether they use them or not.
Yeah, and I think to that point, it's important to recognize that with the coastal access capital projects into the future and the shoreline adaptation studies, that's Pacifica's future anyways, regardless. And this is getting something out of that as well. I mean, I can't envision, and maybe I'm wrong, but I can't envision a Pacifica that doesn't try to do coastal improvements, coastal access improvements, and et cetera, or over years plan for long-term shoreline adaptation. And this is just all saying we are going to do that. We need to do that. And in the meantime, all of these property owners get to, if they choose to develop, they get this benefit of the SSRAs.
And so I hear how upset you are, Christine. And
No, I just want to make sure we're really understanding what we're getting ourselves.
No, and I'm not saying that's bad. And I guess I'm going to do a little devil's advocacy
sure.
here, because in the letter that was received from the Coastal Commission on August 6th, there is a sentence in the second paragraph that says, these comments are generally supportive of the city's draft sea level rise and coastal hazard policies, including the special shoreline resiliency area policies. And so why would the Coastal Commission be supportive of those? Why do you think they would?
Because we've asked them to, because they're getting pressure from groups about neighborhood-based planning, the Smart Coast people and so forth. And so, I mean, I think the basic, I wish we had their meeting on the neighborhood-based planning before we actually talk about this, because I think neighborhood-based planning is a really good idea. And I mean, we don't want to just be looking at one building and what armoring or what environmental, issues it might have. We want to look over a region, and some of that's like Rockaway is an area, right? Because it's bounded by two things. Shark Park, I don't know, maybe it includes the golf course and Fairway Park when you're looking at flooding and adaptation things. So, and sometimes the neighborhood is really like the whole coastline from San Francisco to Pacifica when you're looking at sand movement. So, I mean, I think the basic concept is there, but no one has tried this particular answer to that, which is allowing, new development to rely on shoreline protection. And to the public's, I mean, a lot of the public comments, and this is one of my major objections too, is that these are already hazardous zones, these particular areas. I mean, part of that meeting with 1567, I mean, they talked about the waves down there actually moving big boulders and actually moving a whole car, and the flooding. There are areas that are hazardous, whether you're building the building or not. You're putting more people in these areas. And so that's what I worry about too. But, and back to what City Manager was saying, the adaptation plan is required regardless of the SRAs. That's CRI 5, I think it is.
Yes.
Right? So that's work we have to do anyway.
But say you were a hotel owner in Rockaway Beach and you wanted to do some improvements on your hotel, would you be able to do that without the SSRA?
You have to mitigate your hazards and know that your foundations are gonna last, right? And do you really want to build a 100 million hotel and rely on a seawall that may not last but 20 years?
I feel like you're
So-
very focused on new development. If I may make a statement and then make a motion, because we're abutting the
Running out of
prescribed
time.
time, but I want to get this out of my head while it's there.
Please, go ahead.
You talked about Pacifica or coastal cities in general pressuring the Coastal Commission. I just watched the United States Armed Forces pressuring the Coastal Commission and them not bat an eye, telling them exactly what they thought about the United States Armed Forces not doing something as simple as honoring monitoring. Not bat an eye. And I think that a reason why the Coastal Commission might be willing to look at strategies like this and come along with the coastal cities that are advocating for them is an acknowledgement that one size does not fit all.
I agree.
And that the way different cities are developed require that, we are beholden to the Coastal Act, but we need to bend to the point that cities have to maintain themselves to the point of working with us in ultimately fulfilling the mission of the Coastal Act. Because if we don't do that, then there is a danger of cities not honoring that mandate, trying to go their own way, and then we have a chaotic circumstance that is outside of everybody's control, and that is dangerous for all parties involved. And so I think that when we're looking at our SSRAs, okay, I hear your concern about new development. I think that substantially a lot of it's going to be addressed when we get into the implementation program of the policies we're currently setting in place. But in the meantime, while I look at like the two prime new development sites, I'm acutely aware of everything that's already developed that minor maintenance might, from traditional Coastal Commission perspective, rise to a level of place where it's difficult to do things that your average observer, what's the term of legal, not average, but the person of common perception, or your average human being would look at and say, oh, that's nothing. Putting a sign up on a fence, for example, in the coastal zone. And then somebody says, hey, Coastal Commission, someone put a sign on a fence, and then there's enforcement suddenly. Little things like that have been known to happen. Putting sand back on a beach. Okay, maybe there's a discussion around whether or not there's oil in that sand and it should be put back on the beach. But your average human being is going to look at the notion of putting sand on a beach and say, that seems obvious. And so there's things that, by having policies like this where it's agreed upon, that hotel can do maintenance. It's there, it's protected, it may not last forever, it may only have 20 years left, but in that 20 years that hotel's going to exist, because there is armoring, they should be able to maintain themselves to whatever point. And so I think that when looking at these policies, my focus goes much more to what is already there and how we're working with what's already developed, and then the adaptive approaches that go therefrom. Whereas when it comes to new development, that'll be in conjunction with the implementation plan when it comes, so that we can really figure out, okay, what does new development look like? It's 11:58. I make a motion. We continue until 12:20, unless people want to work on these policies further. I'm including in that a little bit of time for council communications, if there are any.
Shoot. Yeah, I don't think I can do any more on this right now.
I
I'm
can.
zoning out.
I'm sorry, Tiger.
No worries. I have at least one communication. I feel like we have to have a wrap-up moment if we're not moving any further. So I move that we continue till 12:20.
I second.
Thank you.
With stopping on, are we marking where we're stopping?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wait, she didn't tell us to vote.
Oh, yeah, we need to vote. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
There you go.
Where's Sue Butterloss? With the motion to extend to 12:20 made by Big Stick and seconded by Councilmember Beer, the vote passes 4-0. Butterloss absent.
And I want you to know, Christine, that I was not disagreeing with you. But I really do want to understand why the Coastal Commission is in favor of this. That's all. And I think that's important. It's important for me to understand, and maybe I need to talk to somebody at the Coastal Commission.
And I'm perfectly comfortable saying that we are not done yet with 6.57. And, you've brought up a lot of very good points that maybe staff can think about a little bit between now and then so that some of your concern can be addressed in a little bit more detail.
I think that would be valuable.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. And I think as painful as this experience has, been for those who have stuck with it and those out there on Zoom, I still believe that each time we take a little deeper dive into this and ask these questions, we're getting closer to that level of understanding to be able to discern, the John McCain thumbs up or thumbs down. I mean, it's really that simple for me.
Right.
But we can't make that determination until we go through this process. Painful though it may be.
So, Madam Mayor, it seems we've wrapped this up for the evening, and we...
For this piece of the evening, yes, and in terms of council communications, personally, I can hold mine till the future. If you've got something to share, let's hear it.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, on this particular item for the LCLUP.
Oh, thank you.
So is council's desire to continue the item to a date uncertain?
Yes, I think so.
I think the question is whether we want to do this at the end of the month or the short-term rental ordinance and what's possible.
Question I was going to ask city manager later is whether or not we can do a special session around STRs also, which I don't expect him to be able to answer right now. But maybe that's a consideration, and if we say to a time not determined, that could inform a special session, either for wrapping up, or for STRs for that matter. Does that comport with probability, city manager, or am I putting too many words in your?
Too many variables in one.
I would want to hear from the city council that you're interested in committing to a special city council meeting in the next couple weeks, and we can poll for trying to do that in addition to the regular council meeting on the 26th. And we can then decide, depending on how our next, the timing of our next conversation with Coastal Commission staff goes, whether the 26th or a date for the special meeting would be better for continuing this conversation or doing the STR session.
I'm willing.
Yeah, I'm willing.
Yeah, me too. I think it would be good to know as soon as possible, either way, what is coming up at the end of the month.
I agree, and gosh, my life just got a whole lot more complicated because school starts on Wednesday.
My school already started.
I know. But date uncertain, and you'll get back to us with polling about an additional meeting.
Yes.
Is that,
Sure.
are we in agreement on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we need a motion?
Yes, so you can move to continue this meeting to a date uncertain, or continue the item to a date uncertain.
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
And the vote made by Councilmember Beer and seconded by Councilmember Big Stick passes 4-0.
To go 1 inch.
I have a particular council communication that I'd like to make. Does anybody else have communications tonight?
a little one.
I just wanted to thank everyone who saved the Pelican.
Oh, yeah.
That was like the most beautiful thing. So Vicky Moore and all the other people who were involved in helping the Pelican. Thank you.
Councilmember Bowles, do you want to go first, or you want me to go first?
Oh, you go first. I'm still looking at my notes.
So at the last council meeting, on the other side of our collective break, I felt inspired to express ultimately the idea being, despite the consternation around larger politic, that we as a community can establish a community firmly here despite those larger issues. And so subsequent to that, I had exactly 2 customers come up to me at the store, and one of them said, I'm so grateful that you articulated exactly what I wish a lot of other people would articulate. And I had exactly one customer come up to me, or a person come up to me and say, you know, I did not appreciate those comments, and especially given its proximity to the attempted assassination of the ex-president. And so I wish to apologize to those who were offended by my comment. They were intended to illustrate the greater way a lot of people were feeling one way or the other around the national politic. And if you were offended by it, I apologize to you, and I wanted to say that first of all. But second of all, what I want to further say is that the point of that wasn't the hyperbolic way I was referring to the people who at the time were running against each other. What I was saying was, as one of those ladies thanked me for my comment, that a lot of people are feeling this way one way or the other. And that despite the divisions that may come, because in any given human being's mind at that point in time, the national politic had become so ridiculous. Instead, we can focus on our community. And ultimately, the point I really wanted to make was, I see people come through in my everyday life, the store in which I work, whose politic on that scale I vehemently disagree with. And it seems like the further I'm going along with my life, even though I have deep, heartfelt concerns spurred on by the family history that stares me in the face every day because of the psychological repercussions, in conjunction with possible realities that I have to look at because that's the way my life unfolded. And yet, even though I have these concerns spurred on by my family history, the people whom I think might vote away that might put my family at risk, I'm shaking their hand every day of my life, and in a very serious, heartfelt way. I see that hat of somebody I don't agree with, and with a smile they're shaking my hand, and with my heart I'm shaking theirs. And that was the point, that I know that as I've been perceiving it at any given point in time, thinking about this dire situation that might unfold all of us, I see this amazing glimmer of hope as I'm able to extend the hand to the person that another person somewhere over there wants me to think of as the enemy. Because here in my community, it doesn't matter what hat you're wearing, I am committed to not being your enemy, and you seem committed to not being mine. And as I'm having that visceral experience, I apologize if I offend you. And I may offend, God knows, any given human being again, and it's not because I want to be offensive. The point is, despite how offensive I may or may not be, and how offensive I may or may not think you are, I shake the hands of those who have offended me, and I am happy to learn to shake the hands of those whom I have offended, and I hope that that is what we can cultivate as a community. Yeah, it's great that I get to have that experience, but as I get to have that experience, what's cultivated in me is, wow, I hope the rest of my community gets to have that experience, because it's something else. I want to say beautiful. I want to say there's not quite words when I can look at somebody who somebody else wants me to think of as being the enemy, and instead we reaffirm that we're community. And I hope that makes sense. And again, I am happy to apologize to anyone who I offended with my comment. Thank you. And I went to a bunch of stuff in between then and now, too.
All right, then. Thank you for that. I appreciate your reflection on the values in our community. And Unless there's anything further. Oh, you have something.
There's a couple things that have dates related to them that I wanted to say. Thank you for the philosophical, that's not where I'm going. But I would hope that we don't have enemies and we can all talk to each other, absolutely. CERT classes are starting on August 22nd, so that's before our next meeting. So I don't know if there's still openings for members of the public or not, but check out the CERT website. That's Community Emergency Response Team Training, so we can all be better prepared when disaster does strike. And then I attended the Coastal Commission meeting about updated sea level rise policy. So they've issued their draft sea level rise policy guidance, and the public comment period ends on September 23rd. So want to make sure people know about that. I was telling during my briefing some of the key takeaways that, there will be some new requirements that we'll need to do in our local coastal plan for SB 272. There's a good summary of it at the end of Chapter 5. Some of it's about environmental justice, really reaching out to at-risk communities, the sea level rise adaptation strategies and recommended projects, so actually getting involved in, in defining projects a little bit more, and an economic impact analysis too. But the takeaway is for cities that are in process, like us, of updating our local coastal plans now, don't stop, because the Coastal Commission is giving staff feedback to a lot of the policies that will be required, like the risk disclosures is something that is strongly going to be required as part of this. So anyway, just wanted to say that, and anyway, it was an interesting presentation, and then there's going to be a couple of good ones coming up at their next meeting.
Yes, in Monterey.
Right.
There will be a discussion of the neighborhood approach, and actually it'll give a context of how we got to this point, in terms of looking at all of that, and there will be presentations, it's being defined right now, from, it was really up in the air at the last meeting I attended, whether it was going to be a generic scenario that was derived with elements of real-world situations, or whether it was going to be pulling examples from specific LCLUPs or specific work that the Coastal Commission has been doing with cities in the state. And that hadn't been defined yet. I don't have an answer to that. I just know the meeting is on the 11th of September in Monterey. And even the time hadn't been fully defined. There was some discussion about it being kind of a mid-morning, a bunch of presentation, then a break, and then continuing in the afternoon. And I'll bring it forward as soon as I have anything.
Through the mayor, I do have one more thing that I had forgotten, and I've been pestering city manager. So sibling cities, I think I told you all about my experience in Palo Alto, where they've created the sibling cities idea, where, like sister cities, where you have in our case, Catalonia is our sister city, Bulgaria. I think I'm pronouncing that wrong. But, only instead of international, it's national. So you would have a sister city in Texas on the coastline. And so I was touched by the experience Palo Alto's had creating this sibling city idea. And I would very much like to bring Vicki Vinker from Palo Alto to tell us about it. The important part here is that people nod and not say anything, but if other council members have interest in the idea, and just to have a presentation to see if it's something we would like to adopt, a simple nod of the head, and we can get that ball rolling. And then I'll have one more something to say to
In
Cindy.
other words, you want a nod, not a deliberation, because it's not on the agenda. Is this your point?
That is the point.
Well, all I'm just going to say, not in response to that direct question, but in response to something that Councilmember Bowles said a minute ago, the STR ordinance is very important to me, and the city manager did refer to that coming up quite soon.
Sure, I don't know that there's a specific timeline that anyone needs to adhere to, and this could be, October, November even. I can work with Vicky on that.
I would like to propose that the STR ordinance does have a specific timeline. It is very much imminent.
And past the STR ordinance,
And not to mention the LCLUP that we need to resolve.
Oh, yeah, forgot about that.
So, does that give you the feedback that you need right now?
yes, it does.
I just on Councilmember Big Stick's question about Sibling City presentation, we were just talking about a 10-minute presentation before council. I think that's what we was getting at. I didn't catch nods about council's interest in hearing about Sibling Cities.
City attorney,
I see one nod, so.
so nodding is all we can really do at this point. Yes. Marginal nodding. Not right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Immediately.
And we'll
Not
schedule that
tomorrow.
at some point. And then
So what
any
I-
follow-up to that would be a
I
different.
think right now we have so much on our plate that 10 minutes is a bit much, given what we have to work on. So I will ask the question again, hopefully past one, if not two, of these major issues, and see if there are head nods at that time.
That sounds like a really reasonable approach.
Okay.
And with that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting at 12:16 a.m. Actually,
Trying to wake us up
12:15.
before we get to go home to bed.